You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
We will call this meeting of the Branford Planning and Zoning Commission to order. It is Thursday, February 3rd. I have 7:05 p.m. I'll introduce members of the commission and staff to begin. Commission member Joe Chadwick. Joe, are you here?
Joe Chadwick is here.
Commission member Marcy Pelusi. Marcy, are you here? Marcy?
Sorry, Marcy Pelusi here. I didn't unmute.
Sorry. Thank you. Massimo Ligori, are you here with us?
Massimo Ligori is here.
Thank you. Joe Vaiuso. Joe? Joe is here. Joe, we can't hear you.
He was here. Let me ask him to unmute if I can find that.
Joe, you're unmuted now.
Okay, I'm here.
Great. Thanks.
Six, but it wasn't.
Thanks, Joe. Sharon Hutner. Sharon, you're here.
I'm here.
And Fred Russo, you're here.
Present.
And I'm Chuck Anders, chair. Our staff this evening is our town planner, Harry Smith. Harry, you're here.
I'm here.
Our assistant planner, Evan Vining. Evan, you're here. And our clerk recording secretary, Evan, is also Michelle Mark. So we will begin by asking our secretary to read the legal notice of public hearing. Marcy, can you do that, please?
I can. It's Marcy Pelusi. The Planning and Zoning Commission of the town of Branford, Connecticut hereby gives notice of public hearings to be held on Thursday, February 3rd, 2022 at 7 p.m. by remote technology to consider the applications listed below. Information regarding how to participate in the public hearings will be provided on the meeting agenda that will be posted on the town's website at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Application number 21-12.5, a PDD master plan for a mixed-use development located at 367, 373 through 375, and 377, 383 East Main Street, 375 Metro LLC, and 383 Metro LLC, care of Robert Smith, applicant and owner. Item number 2, application number 21-12.6, special exception for grading, section 6.8, located at 383 East Main Street, 383 Metro LLC, care of Robert Smith, applicant and owner. Item number 3, application number 21-12.7, a PDD site plan modification for a mixed-use development located at 367, 373 through 375, and 377, 383 East Main Street, 375 Metro LLC, and 383 Metro LLC, care of Robert Smith, applicant and owner. Item number 4, application number 21-12.9, the zoning regulation amendment for the addition of solar regulations. Daniel Rabin, applicant. At said hearings, all persons will have the right to be heard. Written communication should be submitted. Copies are on file in the Planning and Zoning Commission office at the Planning and Zoning Department, 1019 Branford.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Marcy. We will follow our normal format for public hearings. That is, the applicant will go first. After the applicant makes its presentation, we open it up for questions and comments from commission members and staff. We typically have a staff report. Staff will summarize that, open up for questions, comments from commission members. At that point, we'll open it up to the public. I'm going to ask Evan to go over with everyone the process for the public to participate in the public hearing and how you go about doing that. After that, we allow the applicant, after the public portion is done, we allow the applicant to respond to any of the public comments. We may or may not close the public hearing. It's certainly not, it's certainly common to have public hearings continue over a number of evenings, particularly for complex matters. And also, so I'm going to ask Evan now to go through that process. One of the things that I forget to do sometimes is to, whenever you speak, you're supposed to say your name, because some people may be just participating by telephone and don't necessarily know who is speaking. So you're supposed to identify yourself before you speak. With that, Evan, can you review the process for the public to participate when we get to the public portions?
Sure. If your computer has a two-way microphone and you would like to participate, down at the bottom of your screen, the second option from the right is reactions. If you click that, there's your raise your hand option. Please use this to indicate that you'd like to participate in the public comment. You can also type your comments into the chat or indicate that you would like to comment in the chat. I'll try to go in order of who raises their hand first. If you are dialing in by phone and you wish to speak, you can press *9 to raise your hand. And like the chairman said, please say your full name before you comment.
Chuck Anders Chair. Thank you, Evan. With that, we'll proceed to our public hearings. We'll start with items number 1 and 2, which are both connected. I think
Harry wanted to say one more thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. Continue.
Just before we begin, I just want to announce that one of the applications has been withdrawn. That's subject to a public hearing tonight. That is the application about zoning regulation amendment, the addition of solar regulations. That was application number 21-12.9. That was withdrawn earlier this evening via email.
Thank you, Harry. So if you're here on that item, which was the solar amendment regulations, that was the last public hearing, that application has been withdrawn. With that, Chuck Anders Chair, we will proceed with the items number 1 and 2 public hearings. Both of those concern the proposed 11-lot re-subdivision at 175 Cherry Hill Road. The applicant and owner is BC Investment Property LLC, care of Bruno Ciccone. We opened that matter as public hearing at our last meeting. We had a number of issues came up. Probably the most significant one was whether there should be a through street on this as opposed to the emergency access that was proposed. With that, is the applicant ready to proceed?
We are, Mr. Chair.
Then you can proceed, Mr. Langer.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jesse Langer of Updike Kelly and Spelliscy, and I represent the applicant in this matter. Also participating today is Bruno Ciccone and James DeMeo, who is the engineer of record with Giuliano and Associates. I just want to briefly say thank the Commission and its staff for the questions and comments at the last public hearing on January 20th. And we intend to speak briefly this evening about the dead-end street
You've got mail
for this project. And I will defer to Mr. DeMeo and then follow up with a few statements after he is finished. Before I do that, I just want to say a few quick words regarding Mr. Ciccone. You know, Bruno Ciccone has been a part of the community his whole life, including a family business in town. He's also been involved in real estate for over 20 years, and he wants to develop 175 Cherry Hill Road in a responsible way, collaborating with the neighbors to benefit not only himself, but the town. And with that, I will yield to Mr. DeMeo and then follow up afterwards. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James DeMeo. I'm a professional engineer at Giuliano Associates. I'm here on behalf of BC Investments, talking about 175 Cherry Hill Road. Let's see here, screen share. Okay. everyone can see my screen, correct? Should be the GIS. Okay. Again, the property is located at 175 Cherry Hill Road, which is kind of sandwiched between Autumn Ridge Road, Cherry Hill Road, and yeah. So this is the location of where the property is. It's comprised of 12.4 acres. And our project, as described in the last meeting, is an 11 lot re-subdivision of this property. The main access will be coming off of Autumn Ridge Road, and we are proposing 11 lots and an emergency access road to Cherry Hill Road. There is, substantial open space on both sides of the property. What I would like to do is quickly kind of just go through your regulations a little bit and just talk about how we either conform or where the hot button issues are. In section 4, the infrastructure requirements, section 4.01B, street planning, I'd like to call your attention to number 4. Streets should in general follow the contour of the land and should have a location and grade which preserves natural terrain, substantial trees, woods, and other natural features, and which enhances property values in the subdivision. The reason why I'm calling your attention to that is because our current proposal essentially is trying to do that as best as we can. Within the right of way, we have a maximum cut of about 4.5 feet. And what we are doing is we are splitting the difference. We'll have like an up gradient side of the road and a down gradient. But we're trying to split it as best as we can, following the contours as best as we can. Same thing with our emergency access road. This is where it kind of gets into the meat of the conversation. I won't read this whole section, but it'll be up on the screen for you to read. I will summarize basically. My interpretation is that although the commission recognizes that some landowners prefer dead-end streets because they prevent through traffic, the commission finds safety benefits usually outweigh, or generally outweigh the localized benefit of dead-end street systems. Therefore, the commission shall not approve dead-end streets or systems unless the applicant demonstrates either. Where we feel that we meet and we are demonstrating is 2B. An extension of the street would require an unreasonable amount of excavation, grading, or filling, or would cause unnecessary destruction or degradation of natural resources. As previously mentioned, our current proposal has, within the right-of-way, has a max cut depth of 4.63 feet. For a through road, if we had to, in order to stick with the standards, we would have a 12.36 cut depth. This is significantly higher, and I'll circle back and explain why that is momentarily. To give you an idea, in the right-of-way, our current proposal is proposing a net cut of approximately 2,000 cubic yards. To make it a little easier for everyone to understand, that's approximately 114 dump truck loads. Now, option 2, installing a through road in this area, it'll be approximately 4,482 cubic yards of cut. This equates to 382 dump truck loads. That's over 3 times the amount. I would consider that an unreasonable amount of excavation, in my professional opinion. Not only that, but my analysis is only to the right of way. I didn't do a full-fledged design going back and reshaping any of the lots or any of the additional grading that has to happen beyond that. So it's even more than what I'm currently projecting. Also, our current proposal in total is about a net cut of 3,000 cubic yards. That means that the through road just in the right of way is over twice as much material removed as our entire proposed project. Over twice as much. That's pretty significant. Now, the reason why there's so much extra cut to do the through road falls upon the intersection design section. Proposed streets shall intersect other streets such that the pavement slope on the proposed street shall not exceed 2% within 50 feet of the intersection. Where that comes into play is where it intersects with Cherry Hill Road. This area here is steep. So if you can see the proposed contours, these are these darker lines. We have to pull them back into the grade. So I have elevation 114 being proposed here, and the existing contour is at 124. So just when the slope is able to start to get steeper, it's already 10 feet down. And then we're chasing that slope all the way up, which is why there's so much fill being generated. Bring your attention to the permanent dead end street length limitation. No permanent dead end street shall be planned except as may be approved by the commission, as such where topography or physical conditions make it impractical. In the sole discretion of the commission to extend or connect it with another proposed or existing street. Again, I believe that we are representing how the topography and physical conditions make this through road impractical on this site. This section right here is one of the points of contention. So unless otherwise approved by the commission, no permanent dead end street shall be created that results in more than 20 lots being located on a permanent dead end street as measured from the nearest intersection, whether inside or outside of the subdivision, which has at least 2 independent access roads. So to make sure the commission understands, that would actually be Valley Brook Road. So currently what's existing is there are 28 lots on Abbey Road and Autumn Ridge. This was approved in 2002, I believe. This is the subdivision plan. 2000, or it was received in 2000, which shows this. Now, I know there were some talks in the last meeting about how there was a plan that showed a through road. And this is the only plan that was able to, or that was presented to me. So it is showing a right of way through here, but this was never investigated in terms of feasibility. There's no topography done here. There's nothing other than lines. So again, it just wasn't investigated at that time. It was just kind of pictorially shown. After the meeting, the planning and zoning staff and I went through to try to find what regulations were in place during the approval. This was the closest we came. However, I was informed that this regulation could not be confirmed as the active set of regulations during the approval. I mean, all we have is a handwritten note that says Shirley's copy 2002 and dates that are even older. So what I can either take from it is This either predates the regulations that were currently active, or they were them. So again, that's kind of important, full disclosure. What these regulations state, it talks about dead end streets. So again, your current regulations and these regulations are under the same logic and have been, or your regulations have been evolving over time. So no permanent dead end street shall be planned except when topography or physical conditions make it impractical. That language has pretty much stayed. To connect it with another proposed or existing street. No permanent dead end street shall exceed in length the frontage of 6 lots per side. So how I would interpret that is essentially 12 lots. So at one point in time, the commission felt that no more than 12 lots should be developed on a dead end street. And then now it's up to 20. So somewhere between 12 and 20, I think it's reasonable to assume is what the regulations were when Autumn Ridge subdivision was approved. So either way, it got approved for 27 lots. So it was significantly more than either one of these regulations at the time. So the main benefit that we are trying to do is we are keeping safety in our mind, because if you read through the section, the reason why dead end streets are unfavorable is because of emergency services. So that's kind of the sticking point, which is why we are providing an emergency access road. This will be available to emergency personnel and the public in the case of an emergency situation. So we are doing what we can to try to improve safety on an already overburdened system. So we feel that our application is making things better. I would like to just touch upon one other thing real quick, because I know I know it was brought up in the last meeting about the RWA and ownership of open space. I have started talks with them, and I will provide this information to the commission and town staff. But I do have an email saying that they would prefer an HOA over them having ownership due to, and the rationale that I received, and again, I have it in an email, is that due to the fact that they're steep slopes, they tend to consistently have a problem with people dumping garbage over steep slopes. So they would prefer it be owned by an HOA so that they're responsible for maintaining and picking up all the garbage instead of them. But again, I will provide that to the commission and staff for the review. Now, Mr. Langer, I'm gonna pass it off to you.
Thank you, Mr. DeMayo. I just want to make a few points. As Mr. DeMayo indicated, in 4.01B5, the language is mandatory. So the commission shall not approve the dead end street or system unless the applicant demonstrates either. And so if you were just to turn that around, it would say that you would say that the commission shall approve the dead end street system if the applicant demonstrates either. Now, whether we've made that showing is, of course, to the commission, but I just wanted to remind the commission of that. Of course, shall has been interpreted by the courts as mandatory. And so you have documentary evidence and testimony from a licensed professional engineer over the past 2 nights, opining that the existing conditions at 175 Cherry Hill Road would result in an unreasonable amount of excavation, grading, or fill, or cause the unnecessary destruction or degradation of natural resources, with the most persuasive component, of course, being the unreasonable amount of excavation and grading. It's again, want to emphasize the fact that the regulations talk about following the natural contour of the land, as Mr. DeMaio mentioned. Now, I would note that there's nothing in the regulations regarding cost, but maybe Mr. DeMaio, you could speak to this very briefly about whether it's financially feasible to undertake that kind of excavation for a through road, but particularly one that would connect to a road that needs substantial improvement. I don't know if Mr. DeMaio, if you could just speak to that very quickly.
Yeah, so James DeMaio,
Yep.
again. The current application you have in front of you is an application that we feel is reasonable, and it's what, in order to make this project economically feasible, is what we are proposing. If we were to have to go through the through road, at that point, it may not be economically feasible to be proposing what we are proposing, and thus it would never get developed, much like the previous application. So that's pretty much, yeah.
Jesse Langer of Updike, Kelly and Spellacy. Thank you, Mr. DeMaio. And so as Mr. Smith noted in the staff comments, and Mr. DeMaio discussed, section 4.01H comes into play because the proposal would connect to an existing dead-end street system that currently has 27 lots. And Mr. DeMaio explained in his professional opinion why the topography and the practical and the physical conditions make it impractical to connect with a proposed existing street. And so I know that there were some comments regarding the standards or the language of 4.01H. And I think that the regulations provide the commission with enough guidance to apply those provisions to this particular circumstance. And particularly since the factors that are listed in 4.01H include the adverse topographic conditions, which are so prevalent in this matter. And so we've demonstrated that the topographic and physical conditions do make it impractical to create a through street in this particular case. And essential to this analysis, really the purpose that undergirds all of this is safety. And Mr. DeMaio has talked about how the emergency access would be an important component, an essential component really of allowing first responders to access the system that is already over beyond 20 lots. And so it would make the system safer. From our perspective, and based on the documents and the testimony here, the proposal meets the spirit and the letter of the subdivision regulations regarding street planning, specifically as to safety. And so it takes into account existing adverse topographic conditions. And so at this point, I would now yield to the commission for questions. So thank you.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Mr. Langer. At this point, before we, maybe I could ask Harry to summarize additional comments since the last meeting from staff.
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Okay. We did cover a lot of this territory before, but just to respond to a couple of things that were mentioned, I'm going to share my screen here briefly. So you should be able to see page 2 of 7 of staff report back from November. Again, you've seen this wording was put up by the applicant. This is up to the commission to interpret, is my opinion of this. There is other wording in here though. What I get out of this is that there's a prescription against the commission approving dead-end streets, except when conditions such as topography or physical conditions make it impractical. That's not a checkbox, so that creates topo, physical conditions, impractical, check, 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 approved. It's in the sole discretion of the commission. There could be other circumstances involved. Also, I just want to point out that this is the design proposed by the applicant. And it seemed that they were proposing to follow essentially this same curve with a connection to Cherry Hill Road. That's not necessarily the only route that could be taken. There may be other designs or locations for a through street. Considering that Cherry Hill Road is the very end of the developed portion of Cherry Hill Road, and that my understanding is probably some wetland area over here, possibly even man-made from years ago. It's possible the commission could potentially waive that 50-foot rather flat section at the intersection, since it really isn't an intersection as much as it's a continuation of Cherry Hill Road. This would be the very end of the road and you would come in. Whether this could be configured some other way that would minimize that a little more is, I'm not a professional engineer, so I won't say either way, but it seems that that's not the only potential route for a road up the slope here. Whether that would impact the design and the lot layout, that's potentially possible also. But so I'll just throw that out there. And again, I think it was mentioned by Attorney Langer that this sentence here, therefore the commission shall not approve dead-end streets or systems unless the applicant demonstrates. And he suggests possibly flipping that language to say the commission shall approve if the applicant demonstrates. Those aren't the words here. I mean, I'll again defer to the commission who are the interpreters of the regulations. And I hate to put you on the spot, Chuck, but you're also a land use attorney. So I'll just leave that there. And I don't know if that's a professional question as much as it's a question for the commission to interpret their own language. And I won't belabor the discussion about excavation, grading, filling, and everything else. It's potentially clear that it would require extra grading, filling, and excavation, but what's unreasonable would be the commission, about the commission to determine. So I would like to go back here to, we have some comments outstanding from the town engineer, and there are several other issues outstanding with this application. The public hearing would need to be closed tonight. So we've reached the statutory limit on keeping the public hearing open. That would expire in a few days. If there is, I'll just I'll bring that at the end. So I'm not going to go into all these individual issues. Some of them I don't believe they're addressed, but it's possible some of them are addressed. One issue that is outstanding is the connection to the town's sanitary sewer system. The WPCA, my understanding, meets again next Tuesday, the 8th of February. So there may be some more information at that point, but I am not sure. The fire marshal also was requested. Excuse me. So we have this email from the fire marshal from yesterday. They've requested that the engineer contact WRA for a new flow test so that they have information that there'll be adequate fire flow with the existing water system, which I understand is not proposed to be looped. So it's the very end of the system. Again, I think I pulled that up and showed you. What else is there here to talk about? So I think I've covered that. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. One of the there is a rear lot proposed as part of the subdivision plan that would need a special exception approval per the regulations. The subdivision regulations say all lots must be in conformance to zoning regulations. Zoning regulations require special exception approval. That could possibly be handled by designating that not an approved lot, but that would be an issue that would need to be resolved also. And there is potentially a notice issue to the Department of Public Health. It's just not been demonstrated to me yet that agency was notified as required by the regulations of section 504. So I think in the interest of moving along tonight, that's really all I need to say at the moment. I would like to mention though, that email that Mr. Mayo mentioned he had from the RWA, that if you can submit that, frankly, by email right this very second while the public hearing's still open, we can accept it into the record. But after the public hearing's closed, we would not be able to accept that into the record. And a couple other things here. I think the old regs mentioned a temporary dead end street. I'll just elaborate here. You've seen a better version of this, frankly. This shows the through road.
Harry, can you
I'm
share the
sorry,
screen?
I'm back on screen. Yeah, thank you. Let me get that back up. Okay, can everyone see this again? This is a much worse, poorly rendered copy. However, this is the road that was shown. We did blow that up to make it a little more legible. So since this was included in that 2000 plan for Autumn Ridge, there are no minutes that elaborate on this further. They're very sketchy minutes from that review and approval. However, this could have been considered, since this was part of the plan set, that Autumn Ridge was approved as a temporary cul-de-sac, which would address that section of the regulations that were in effect then. Also, emergency services are really not the only reason to have not have an extended dead end system with lots over the limit on it. I think that's all I've got at this point. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we can continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. And just to be clear, the plan that you showed was part of the package of drawings that was submitted as part of the 2000 subdivision application, and one of the sheets showed a road extending down to Cherry Hill Road. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I believe a member of the public submitted a copy of a plan from that set. I don't know if this is an identical sheet. I think they had the grading on it, but that sheet is also in the plan. So that we put that sheet in the record as an exhibit number. We just don't have it scanned in here to pull up without some effort.
Okay, but
it's the same, basically the same layout.
Okay, and the sheet you were showing was from the plans that were submitted, the package that was submitted as part of the 2000 or whatever date it was, 2002 application. Is that right?
That's correct. That was in the Planning and Zoning Commission's files for that application.
Okay, thanks. Questions from commission members? If not,
Fred Russo.
Fred, yep.
I'd like to ask a question. It could be either to the attorney or the engineer. In their discussions, I heard a lot. I think what came through to me was about how economically feasible the project would be without putting, if they had to put a road through Cherry Hill. And that, to me, that came through loud and clear. What did not come through loud and clear is what about the neighborhood that they're going to be using to access the property. And when I looked at one of those maps, at least half of the houses that are in that development are closer to Cherry Hill than they are to Autumn Ridge. So now what happens is, if you live at least the bottom half of the project, you have to go, I don't know the streets, but I think it's Parish Farm Road or up and around, and eventually you'll end up at Autumn Ridge, and then you go all the way up to Autumn Ridge, get across, and come all the way down. What you're doing is, you're doing this tremendous loop of traffic. You're creating more traffic in the neighborhood that doesn't need. If someone comes up Cherry Hill, they go to the driveway and they're there. And they may occasionally use the Autumn Ridge exit to get out, but it just seems very, very impractical. And so I think that, when we listen to engineers, and I say this with respect, and the attorneys, they're looking at their project as it stands, kind of all alone. But I think we as commissioners have to look at this and say, there are other people that are affected by the decisions that we make and things that we have to look at that are being proposed in front of us. And I think that in this particular case, with considering more, I don't have an objection with the project. I'm not against putting 12 houses. I don't think that's unreasonable. What I think is unreasonable is going to do it at the expense of people who already live there. I don't think that's fair. And if it does cost the developer a few more bucks, they're going to put a road in anyway. In order to get a fire engine up there, it's got to be a substantial road. So, you know, I think what I don't want to be is sort of, I don't want to be bogged down with how many yards it is. Personally, it doesn't make a difference to me if they got 100 yards or 200 yards. But the road is feasible there. I think I asked a question, and I don't think I ever got a legitimate answer to it, was what, hypothetically, if there was no access from Autumn Ridge, could this project go on? That's what I would use as my determination. Can you put this project in as proposed? There may have to be some changes without Autumn Ridge. Autumn Ridge should not be the deciding factor as to why this project should survive or not. This project should survive on its own, okay? And Autumn Ridge might be a little plus that you can get utilities through it, you can get sewer lines through it, you do all that stuff without disturbing the neighborhood. But once you make the access road to Cherry Hill, and you make Autumn Ridge the main access to the property, it really changes the dynamics of that neighborhood. And regardless of what people said 20 years ago, whatever, and you know, and I hear this thing like, well, we're going to leave it up to homeowners association as if there's one that exists. I think you'll find, and I know myself on my street, or a little tiny street of 30 houses that I run our association, it's a very, very difficult job because people don't want to be bothered. They want to go home at night and not be bothered about who's dumping trash over a wall or who's cleaning out the retention ponds. I think there's a lot of assumptions being made that, you know, and I'm not saying they're wrong. Maybe, you know, I'm wrong. But I think they're making a lot of assumptions that when this project were to go in, a lot of responsibility is going to be put on the backs of the property owners. And I just think human nature, what it is, they really don't want that. Okay, so those are my thoughts.
Check and share. Thank you, Fred. Does the applicant want to respond to that now, or do you want to? That was sort of a comment, not just a question, but there was a question there too. So, you know, yeah, would you like to respond to that, or?
Sure. Yeah, we might as well just, while it's all still fresh. Again, James DeMeo. So I'm going to kind of touch upon a couple things because it's all kind of related. Actually, let me share my screen again. Let's see. Okay, so here's this. Okay. So let's start with the most recent one, the coming off of Cherry Hill Road. And is that possible? The only way to answer that truthfully is anything's possible with enough money. But the biggest problem with coming off of Cherry Hill Road is how it's going to impact the natural resources. And that's a very clear, you know, language in your regulation. Even in your regulations, not only your regulations, but the inland wetland regulations. So as staff mentioned, Mr. Smith mentioned, there are wetlands directly off this property. So now as we start to impact this area even more, we are impacting those natural resources more and more. That's something that is in everybody's regulations. So we're trying to avoid that and keep natural resources. In terms of traffic, this is the planning and zoning regulations, section 2.2. Reason why I'm bringing it to your attention is because it talks about something that's considered a high traffic generator, which is any use that generates more than 10 trips per 1,000 feet of floor area at peak hour. To put that into perspective, each one of the proposed homes is a little, let's say, give or take 3,000 square feet. I'm showing it at roughly that. What actually gets built will most likely be a little bit smaller. Single family detached housing. Keep in mind, this is from the ITE manual, which is what the Institute of Traffic Engineer Trip Generation reference. That's what we're looking at here. Dwelling units is one trip. So if I were to backtrack it towards your regulations, that would be 0.33 trips per 1,000 square feet. And a high traffic generator is 10. So we're not talking significant amount of traffic. I understand the concern, but it's very minimal traffic by pretty much any standards. I do just want to touch upon something that Mr. Smith talked about how, again, we're following the grade of we're going with the contours with our current proposal, but roads can come another way. Again, yes and no. Reason being is, as you can see, as you start to go north and come this way, the dark hatched areas are sloped steeper than 25%. As you can tell, as we go this way, they get more and more common. And that's illustrated by the distance between these contours. So as you can tell, it gets steeper and steeper as we try to come this way. So if the road were to try to come even from way over here and snake its way in, it's significantly steeper here than it currently is here. Another reason why we are using this is because of the fact that it's already kind of there. This is the path that I know I personally walked up and down with the Inland Wetland Commission when we walked the property. In terms of, I heard mention of a fire truck making it up this. Again, the fire marshal has had these plans. He has not indicated that there was any issues with him getting up there. So at this point, again, if he's comfortable with getting his equipment up this emergency access road, then we'd have to go with his recommendation, and he doesn't have an opinion at this point, or hasn't spoken negatively against it. So I know that was kind of talking on Mr. Russo's comment and a little bit about what Mr. Smith was saying. So Mr. Russo, do you have anything else? Or
No.
do you need clarification or anything else?
No, thank you.
Mr. DeMaio, just one question. Harry kind of threw out the option of a possible waiver. You mentioned the 50-foot issue down at the bottom. And Harry threw out, well, because the road isn't really a through road, it kind of stops there. that possible waiver of that, and that could minimize slope. Have you looked at that at all?
So the biggest concern is, all right, so there's a multiple, it's not just the 2% for 50 feet. That's really there talking about, or I was emphasizing that due to the fact we're talking about the amount of grading that's going to be needed. So the other issues that'll kind of come in, or the other person who would have to weigh in on that would be the town engineer, if they would allow that.
Sure. As
part of their right of way. It's something that we would entertain, but as it stands, yeah, no.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. DeMaio. Other members of the commission have questions? Marcy, I think you had, I thought I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, I did. So really, I'm trying to understand the legality of, maybe it was bad on the commission's part to make decisions about a through road in order to approve multiple lots, and it's hard to know based on the evidence presented whether that was their sole reason for approving it, or if they just felt that, you know, maybe based on the, like the traffic generated, that it wasn't, you know, significant to have 6 more houses, say. But, you know, so that's sort of one thing I'd like to maybe understand a little bit better. But the other question I would have is, you know, if we were to ease the requirements of the road design at the intersection, couldn't we also perhaps ride up the grade at a bit of an angle and switch it back and add a little more length of road, you know, in a combination to both minimize grade, get a road through there, you know, because I do see the prudence of having a through road for the benefit of the Autumn Ridge. And I do appreciate Fred's comments that, you know, it's a bit circuitous. But, you know, to me, I think a lot of this application is really dependent upon what's the best type of road to provide access on a, you know, except, you know, for on a regular basis for people that's still safe and, you know, well managed. Not necessarily, like I don't particularly feel comfortable with having it obstructed, for example. You know, I'd like to see some kind of private road or road system that could come up through there and connect through. And maybe it's not to a complete town standard, and maybe it's part of a private, you know, development, but at least could be accessed and, you know, by everyone. I don't know if there's a clear question in there, but that's sort of what I'm trying to understand. So
Great. Check in, share. Thank you, Marcy. I don't know if the applicant wants to address that at all or not at this point.
Yes, because I would also like a little bit of clarification as well, at least in terms of what was just said. Let me share my screen one more time because I know Marcy.
Part two being, you know, why couldn't you come up that road instead of making a sharp 90, go another 150 feet, swing back at a, you know, a radius that isn't quite so severe, and then swing around, you know, make an S curve in and put the detention on that lower area slope or something. Now, I'm not saying to go into the hatched area, but, you know, to just exactly maybe swing it to get a little more length in the road, to get a little, you know, I mean, obviously you want the bends to be minimized, you know, and you want to come up the grade, but in terms of grading design, the more length, the less grade you have to cut, right? So
okay, so James DeMeo. Okay, couple things on this. I do want to go kind of emphasize something that you stated previously as well. Again, I know the copies are not very good. I think this quality is not too bad, but this is showing a right of way, and this is something I meant to clarify too. It's not showing a road. A road is here, is kind of showing the pavement. This is just showing the right of way. So it's not potentially, again, it was never investigated if it's even feasibly possible. And grading was never looked at. I mean, these are the proposed contours, these darker lines right here. These darker lines, and they were not done in this section. So that was never evaluated at the time of the Autumn Ridge application. The talking about snaking and doing things like that, sorry, I'm trying to find the right one. We have multiple other issues that we're going to be running into. One being, you know, we're going to have some more significant trees and natural resources. You know, this is a wooded area in here, which we are going to have to, or we'd have to essentially destroy at that point, even further, which is not ideal. Not only is there that beginning grade issue, there's also other standards for town roads that I'm concerned with. So it wouldn't just be that one standard that we would have to get waivers for. It'll be grade, it'll be vertical curves. it's a whole slew of design parameters that we, wouldn't be able to meet reasonably. Now, and then I know Marcy mentioned something, even like a private road. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing, and a private road really wouldn't be open to the public anyway. For people just to go through is kind of my concern. I mean, if the commission feels that they don't like the gravel, that's another conversation where this road can be paved. I know my drainage calculations actually took that into account just in case, so I tend to be a little bit conservative. But aside from that, and that would essentially make this a private road. But in order to snake it, it would just create more impact to pretty much all the natural habitat and the trees and everything else. And plus now we're getting a lot closer to wetlands. So that's just my concern with doing something like that. And when you say private, did you actually mean private drive, or were you just kind of,
I meant more of like a secondary road where it would be, maybe 20 feet wide instead of the 24. You could still have two cars pass because there's not significant traffic. There's not a lot of traffic generated beyond the development. Maybe controlling the road shoulders, maybe going a little bit tighter with the horizontal geometry and so forth. I mean, it's hard to understand the wetland impact because, you've got your property line, but I don't really have a sense of where the town property starts and ends and where the water company property starts and ends and where the wetlands are. But, I do understand grading, and, it seems like you could run up that slope and turn, and it just seems like I'd have to put on some radiuses to see what it would be. But, I just visually, to me, it seems like there might be other routes, and I just don't know if you had investigated that.
Yeah, sorry, James DeMayo again. The radiuses would end up having to be, again, another thing that wouldn't meet town standards. You know what I mean? So there's, as we keep going down the rabbit hole, it's just less and less standards that we're going to be able to meet, and to the point where it's just, is it really worth it to throw away all these standards? And now is the town accepting this new roadway that is very much substandard? And then, sorry, just to give you an idea too, the soil scientist was mentioning, I don't have the report in front of me, but the wetlands were just off the property line, kind of right around here. And this is the area that we're discussing right here. So kind of in that vicinity.
Chuck Anderson here. Thank you, Mr. DeMayo. Any further questions from commission members before we open up to the public?
Chuck, Joe Chadwick, I'm still kind of struggling with understanding the difference between the previous presentation and this presentation, and like what new information we have to evaluate all this with. And pursuant to Marcy's comment about why don't we just move the road, it would seem that if you took the road and flipped it so that it went around the back of the house, of the housing units, and followed the steep slope parallel to the steep slope, making sort of a halfway in, halfway out cut down, it would probably meet Cherry Hill without a whole lot of aggravation. Again, my problem with this whole thing as an emergency access road is it's like a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Yes, an emergency access road, and it's functionally the same as a fire escape on a building. They look great, they sound great until you really need to use them. And fire escapes get iced out and fires blown out the windows that you need to pass by. Somebody passes out on the fire escape or trips and you can't use the fire escape. Same thing with a half-baked road like this. It washes out. Somebody's going to try to get out in a hurry with the car with no ground clearance and get hung up. It's going to be washed out at some point, and somebody with a normal car is going to get stuck, and all of a sudden its capacity as an emergency passage is going to be compromised. So if we're going to have an emergency road, it should be a real road. If we want to have a real road, we need to look at a functional way to make a real road out of here. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson, Chair. Thank you, Joe. Any further questions, comments from commission members before we open up to the public?
Yeah, hi, Massimo.
Massimo.
Yes, hi. Seems to me like the issue here is all boiling down to a traffic, study that possibly can be done if it meets our regs without the through road, and gives the builder an opportunity to be, to make this successful. And if it meets all our regs, I think a traffic study is probably the right way to go here, a true traffic study, and to see if there is any danger or jams that can happen in or out of that cul-de-sac that they want to do. And if, as a commission, anything we approve is going to affect the surrounding neighborhoods, whether it's positive or negative. We definitely don't want to approve negativity as a commission. But if there's a traffic study, I would think that would be the best route to take. And if there's if the fire marshal and the fire department and first responders think that the through road will be good, we want these builders to be successful. We don't want them to fail. If there's a possibility that this can be safe and the traffic study is done properly and professionally, that may just be the answer. That's my comment. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Massimo. With that, let's, anything else? Like to let the public a chance to speak. And by the way, commission members, we can talk about after we close the public hearing, we can talk about it among ourselves either tonight or seeing how things go. So with that, are there other, seeing no other commission members, let's open up to the public. Evan, why don't you review with us again, refresh us on how the public can participate in this.
Sure, Evan Brining, Assistant Town Planner. At the bottom of your screen, there's a reactions button and they give you the raise hand option. If you'd like to participate, please use the raise your hand function. You can also indicate in the chat that you would like to speak. And I believe there have already been some comments made into the chat. If you would like to speak those comments, please feel free to do so, or you can indicate what your name is so that we can enter it into the record.
Okay, Chuck Anderson, Chair. I see a raised hand from Vin, who also has done a chat. Evan, you want to go ahead and recognize him?
Yes, Vin, if you could, there you go.
Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. First, there's an awful lot that's been discussed tonight, so.
Excuse me, Vin, I'm sorry. Can you just identify yourself and address for the record, please?
Yeah, Vin Faracelli, 11 Autumn Ridge Road, Branford. Need anything else? Is that good? Okay.
Yeah, yes, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Forgive me if it takes a few minutes to organize some thoughts here as we go. I want to address some of the last things that were spoken about first. The reference was made that the traffic per square foot and all the rest of this, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know, all that stuff is minimal. Two cars, there's going to be deliveries of all kinds. There's going to be contractors. there's going to be emergency vehicles, a lot of things happening. That's going to cause a lot more traffic than we're talking about here. I think that was grossly understated. And we all know, we all live in neighborhoods and we all see what goes up and down the street every day. So it's going to be a lot more coming onto Autumn Ridge if this proposal is accepted than indicated here. I was the one who presented the plan to the engineering office from the original builder, Tom DeMusis, and his group, showing the road actually coming out to Cherry Hill from Autumn Ridge. When he was going to go ahead and develop that, but he had so much interaction with wetlands up there, he didn't want to go through the trouble after he finished Autumn Ridge to start that all over again. So that's why he abandoned it. But he said he saw no problem. Okay, and you can free to call him and talk to him. No problem with having a direct road going from Autumn Ridge coming out on Cherry Hill. And that's the first thing. And the second thing is what happens here, if this is approved the way it is as a cul-de-sac, it takes the problem of BC investments away from them and it throws it on all the surrounding neighborhoods. And guys, this is forever because, you know, once that happens, it's not going to change. And that traffic's going to go through all the roads, you know, Todd's Hill and, you know, Autumn Ridge and several of the other streets that are involved with this. And all those streets lead to one place coming out of Autumn Ridge. The easiest access to any place is Cedar Street. Cedar Street is already congested. And right at the corner of Cedar Street, about a block down, is the Murphy School, which at time of days, there's school buses blocking that road. When the kids are being brought to school, it's a high traffic road. It's blocked again at night when kids are being picked up and taken away from school. So it really presents a problem. I would think, you know, BC Investments, if they really want to do the right thing, especially for the development they're building, they would want to also do it for the people who are going to reside there, their customers, the people going to sell this property to. And they'll probably get hit the hardest because they're the ones that are going to have to go the long way around from the day they buy the house until the day they sell it. So it's not going to be convenient for them either. Well, all that traffic on Valley Brook South, on Valley Brook, on Todd's Hill, again, I don't want to be repetitive, will all empty out onto Cedar Street because that's the direction you're sending the traffic. And it makes no sense when a simple entrance and exit on Cherry Hill prevents all that and provides the easiest route to Route 1, you know, less than a mile away, the fire department, direct access. People who want to leave that community and go shopping, they get right down to Route 1. They go into the center of town that way without having to traffic through all those neighborhoods. And what presents a bigger safety hazard? Going down Cherry Hill or cutting through all the neighborhoods to get to Cedar Street and then going to the destinations they want to get to? I submit that it's a bigger traffic hazard, a safety problem directing all that traffic through the neighborhoods. And that certainly has to be a concern. And I think the last thing I want to touch on, you know, a number of regulations were shown here tonight. And it was pointed out by Mr. Langer so eloquently that planning and zoning can overrule these. They have the right, they have the authority to do it. It's fine. If they see it's not presenting any problem, it's okay according to what the regulations of the town are. Where I think he's wrong and what he's missing is it does present a problem to the neighbors that are around them. That's the biggest problem. To keep this project the way it is throws all the burden of the excess traffic on the neighbors. And that's the reason I think those regulations shouldn't be overruled or overturned. And the last thing I would want to address is the fact that they talk about the only area that seems to be concerned for upsetting the natural resource of the land and the topography of the land is right around where it exits onto Cherry. 12 lots that are developed there are going to disrupt everything, you know? And so why should that one area where they can bring a road out to access Cherry Hill be the only problem with doing that? And I drove by there. From where this road would come out, the part of the road that has to be enhanced to make it feasible and comply with what a regular town is, I don't think it's more than 50 feet. It's not like they have to go a mile. It's like 50 feet, maybe 50 yards at the outset. But it isn't a big distance that the road has to be fixed there to make this feasible, make it work. And I think somebody mentioned it doesn't matter how much gravel you got to do, and it doesn't matter what the cost is to do the right thing. It should be done. I'm not complaining, but all the taxpayers in the neighborhood surrounding us pay a lot of taxes. Half the people don't have kids in school. So a lot of the money goes directly to town use to improvements and whatnot. And yet this is proposing a burden on them, which they would have no say in if the commission approves it, regardless of how much they contribute to the welfare of the town. So I think that should be considered also. And I hope I made myself clear. If you have any questions, I would like to try and answer them for you, but I'm not the engineer. But I think I expressed the feelings of a lot of people in the neighborhood. Obviously, I've talked to a lot of them. They're all neighbors and friends, and they all have concerns. And no one's against the development. Please make that clear. We wish them all the luck in the world, and we hope it's going to be the development that we'll all be proud of, which I'm sure they want to build also. So we're looking forward for going through. But we'd like to see it go through the right way and the right thing being done. I think everybody here understands what the right thing is. I hope you vote in that, for that. And thank you very much.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Mr. Faraselli. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment? Evan, do you see anyone? I see some comments, but I don't know if anyone's raised their hand.
I do see
somebody down there.
Yes. Tom's iPad. Could you please provide your full name before you speak?
My name is Thomas McNamara. I'm here with my wife, Lisa, and I echo 100% of what Mr. Faraselli just said. He was right on the money when talking about the deleterious effect to this neighborhood and all of the surrounding neighborhoods, including the school, et cetera, when you've got a direct line coming from Route 1 and all they have to do is go about, as he said, 50 feet or 150 feet, whatever, and that will improve this development also, as well as keeping the safety and the current state of these surrounding neighborhoods as they are. And that is something they should really keep in mind, and that is something they should want. My wife, Lisa, would like to talk right now.
Hi, Lisa McNamara. By the way, we live at 29 Autumn Ridge. We're at the end of the cul-de-sac. Yes, Mr. Faraselli pointed out some issues that I was going to address too, and I agree with everything that he said. And I just wanted to add more of the practical reality of bringing this through traffic down through this. And maybe a traffic study is necessary because in addition to the added traffic on Cedar Street or Brushy Plain, that's also going to accumulate on Route 1, where Route 1 intersects with Brushy Plain. And then you bring it up past Mary Murphy School, and the way into the neighborhood, the lead way, is through High Meadow Road. And I don't know how familiar you are with High Meadow. High Meadow functions as a parking lot for Veterans Park during the summer and sporting seasons. Whenever Veterans Park is being used, there's not enough parking. So everyone who uses the park parks on High Meadow, and it's on a curve. And part of it kind of dead ends before the road turns down toward Autumn Ridge. I cannot imagine through traffic coming through there all those months that Veterans Park is being used and a High Meadow is being used as a parking lot for all of these cars. We can barely get through sometimes because it is kind of sort of a sharp curve around towards Autumn Ridge. And the same issue is with Valley Brook. If you're bringing the traffic up Cherry Hill, then they're going to have to come down through Valley Brook, pass another cul-de-sac. As they come around to intersect with Autumn Ridge, there's yet another cul-de-sac. So you are talking about converting 3 closed neighborhoods really into a through neighborhood. And I really don't think that that's fair to everybody that lives here. It's not, you know, Autumn Ridge is not the only cul-de-sac. There are 2 others, 3 others actually, if you include Abbey Road. So the practical side of this in terms of High Meadow is difficult with added through traffic. And you know, this substandard road that you keep referring to, that end of Cherry Hill has been substandard for as long as I have lived here. And if the town is gonna allow that area to be developed, and it has, there are 2 other separate developments that have gone down, already been completed on Cherry Hill. Isn't it time to fix the road, to bring it up so that it is standard, instead of looping all of this traffic all the way up here into Autumn Ridge to bring it back down to Cherry Hill? I mean, that road has been in the condition it is now for as long as I have lived here on Autumn Ridge, which is 21 years. Why don't we make it standard? You know, make it a viable road, and that solves all of these problems. And plus it's a whole lot quicker for the people who are gonna live in this new development to get down to Route 1. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Tom McNamara, I've got one more thing to say here. With regard to Mr. DeMayo's remark about taking down the natural resources, I think that's kind of inconsistent with a lot of the resources he will be taking down and would have to take down if there were more woods there. They would certainly take them down to put more houses in. So I don't find that argument persuasive at all.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. McNamara. Up next, I'm not sure what your name is, but I just asked you to unmute. You can please state your name.
Yeah, Chris Fontana, my husband, Joe Fontana. We're at 19 Autumn Ridge. And I want to reiterate, first of all, thank Vin and Lisa and Tom for speaking on the neighborhood behalf. But we want to say that no one here is upset about the development going in. We're all actually looking forward to it. But what I do want to say is I'm going to reiterate, just because I need to make this statement, that we're not happy about all this traffic coming up Autumn Ridge. There's a lot that goes on the other end of town. There's a lot that goes on Cedar Street. Autumn Ridge is kind of like a quiet area, although we've had some issues with thievery, and we've had some issues with break-ins, people getting their house broken into. Now, you know, when the new development goes into, there's like a high alert for people that are on the lookout for parts, for, you know, steel or copper or whatever. So I'd like to know, I mean, this is down the road, but what is going to be put in place so that we can be assured that with this new development going in, I'm worried about like people being more apt to break into these new homes or break in and cause a problem with leading up to our house, leading up to Autumn Ridge. Like, there's going to be a lot more traffic, and I'm worried about the security of our neighborhood. And you said that safety is in your mind, so you know, I'm interested to know is how you would mitigate that problem. The other thing is, you talked about the houses being approximately 3,000 square feet. I would say the houses on this street are minimum of 3,000 up to 4,000 square feet. And what I don't want to see happen is the development that was put up on Todd's Hill, cookie cutter homes. They all look the same. And that's not going to enhance our neighborhood at all. In fact, it might even take the value down of our neighborhood. I'm not sure if that's a valid concern, but that's my concern. I'm also concerned about what happens if the developer runs out of money. If the developer runs out of money, what's going to happen to the development? And the idea of having a housing authority, you know, there's a housing authority up here. All these neighbors can tell you there is no housing authority. So I'm not sure where all that is going to come into fruition. I think we have to get through step one. And then not to even, and to also discuss what is going to happen with this, if this through road goes through my 2 neighbors, the Protos and the Canigliaros. What's going to happen to their property? Who's going to be paying for the redesign of their driveway, their sprinkler systems? Is that going to fall on the owners, or is that going to fall on the developer? We've got a lot of questions. Again, we want this development to go through, but we want it done the right way. We think coming through Cherry Hill and having the town or the developer enhance that road. In fact, if a fire truck has to go through that road, then it has to be developed so that proper emergency equipment can get through there. So why doesn't that just get done properly? Come in through there, exit through there, and everybody will be happy.
Thank you.
Keep going, Evan.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, I'm good.
Up next is Mr. Wolf. If you could please clarify your name before you speak.
Fred Wolf, Avon Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, like, all I'm hearing is people from Avon, I'm sorry, not Avon, Autumn Ridge, they're complaining that, oh my God, my property values. Oh my God, my property values. What does that have to do with anything? If this was originally approved that way, you bought those houses, maybe naive, but you knew that was the roadway in. The bottom line is this. There's no way those, and I could be wrong, the culverts or the bridges that are on that road, I personally don't think couldn't handle more traffic. And if you bought your house and didn't do due diligence, I'm sorry, but that's the way it's approved originally, supposedly. I don't want to say it was, but how can you put the burden on Cherry Hill Road? They're complaining, oh, there's traffic, there's this, there's that. No, there's not. Not over in Autumn Ridge. You can come down the Parish Farm Road right there. So that's irrelevant, in my opinion. I can jump on Parish Farm Road. I can go left to Brushy Plains, or I can go right and make my way down to Cherry Hill. Is this a matter of money? Because that's the way this is sounding. And it really doesn't make much sense to me. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Up next was Mr. Proto. Could you unmute yourself, Mr. Proto?
Fran Proto, one of the two homes that will be impacted by this road. And I apologize, but I'm listening to Mr. Wolf and I'm not sure where he is on this, simply because I'm also reading his chats about the development being on a rock hill and they'll have to blast. And then he's also talking about the property being a farmland and has the soil been tested for pesticides since it was farmland. And in the excavation, will it impact all the neighborhoods in terms of any of those pesticides coming into the air or whatever, and kids and families ingesting it. So I'm a little concerned by why he's making that comment and why he needs to come down Cherry Hill and why we're complaining. Naive or not, Mr. Wolf, and to the commission, when we bought into this, I knew I was on a corner lot, and I made mention to this at the last meeting. But we also thought there was a road going to Cherry Hill. Now, we're two naive husband and wife without kids at the time. And I'm listening to all this technical stuff on the development, and we really don't understand a lot of it, what's being discussed and why you can or can't. But in my view, we bought this with the assumption that if there was a development, which we fully support it, and we agreed that to buy this lot 20 years ago, that there would be a road on both sides. And that would reduce traffic quite considerably. And it's been brought up on a number of occasions from some of us here on the Autumn Ridge side that we're not talking about a 1 car per family traffic count. We're talking about probably a minimum of 2 to 3 cars. And if you haven't lived through this pandemic the last 2.5 years, Amazon has become our neighbor.
their vans are up here 20 times a day, and at FedEx and UPS. So there is a traffic issue that wasn't here 20 years ago. So I greatly disagree with your comments as to we knew that there was a side road, but we didn't know it was going to be a side road and only one. So I want that to be in the record as a correction to the best of what we knew back 20 years ago when we bought this lot.
Thank you, Mr. Proto. I believe.
Who's up? You. Tom McNamara. Mr. Wolf, I don't know where you live. I don't know what your experience is in driving Autumn Ridge and its access roads day to day, but I think you don't have the full picture for sure. And secondly, you started your comments with all I hear about is property values. If you were listening to the entire presentation today, you would have found that that is not all you were hearing about. There are plenty more considerations besides just what our houses are worth.
Sure. Traffic.
So, traffic being the big one, the absolute congestion that's going to happen, Mary Murphy School, and as everybody else said, all of the other Amazon trucks, delivery trucks, 2 to 3 cars per house. Yes. And also, when they make that, when the cars make that turn through this right of way, going through the property, the now driveways of the Caniglieros and the Protos, there's going to be headlights shining into those houses from sundown to sunup. So I don't know if anybody here would like to have their windows inundated with headlights every 2 to 5 minutes, but I think that's a consideration too, and I think you should consider that particular aspect of what you're doing to Mr. Proto and Mrs. Proto and the Caniglieros.
Traffic study.
Thank you, Mr. McNamara.
Thank you.
Up next is Mr. Wolf once again.
Please make it quick, Mr. Wolf. You've already spoken once. Mr. Wolf, can you just give your address again, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, in all reality, you're going to tell me to make it quick, but you're letting them attack me. So hold on. So let me ask you something. We're talking about headlights going through people's windows. We're talking about Amazon trucks showing up. Well, don't order from Amazon. These people are not making any sense. I'm sorry. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Well, Mr. Wolf, what was your address again? I'm sorry. I don't remember. Could you?
Mr. Wolf, could you unmute yourself? I apologize.
Avon Road.
Thank you. Who's next, Evan?
Next is Maria. Could you please state your name and unmute yourself?
My name is Maria Canigliaro. I am the other neighbor that is next to the Protos that this street, is going to go through. And again, when we purchased 20 years ago, we knew that there was an easement. We also, what else did I say?
We know there was an easement.
Yeah, so basically, we knew there was going to be a road, and we have no objection to this development in the back. We're very, very happy about it, but it is going to disrupt everybody's life that lives there. The McNamara's made an excellent point. In the summertime, when there are baseball games or soccer games or whatever, the cars come all the way up Valley Brook. So, and then there's one house there in particular that doesn't even have a driveway, parks in the street all the time. It's actually pretty dangerous, but that's his choice. This was, when we purchased this house 20 years ago, we had younger kids, then we had grandkids. And what we noticed with this beautiful neighborhood that we live in is there are no sidewalks. So we have to walk in the street. We have dog walkers, we have baby carriages. There are disabled people that come down there every single day to walk. One gentleman in particular, he sits and stops and rests. And everybody knows, and everybody drives carefully. I don't think that, and we also have a lot of curious people that come down in and out all day long. And I see it because I'm home and I see the cars come in from curious people. So, 20 years ago, there was no Amazon. There was no more of these delivery and trucks and whatever. So the traffic would be horrendous.
Oh, where the grandkids playing on the street.
The grandkids play on the street. It's been a beautiful neighborhood. Plus, when you come out of what they're calling it, Cherry Hill Road, even though it's on Autumn Ridge, and you're going to turn right to leave, I want to know how many people are going to literally stop and are not going to quickly run out and go. It's going to happen. An accident is going to happen. Please think about this. There's another way. There's another way. And I'm sorry if it's not economically reasonable for them or whatever, but you really need to take into consideration our lives and our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak, please use the raise your hand function. I believe we have some additional speakers.
Yeah.
Mr. Fariselli.
Yes, and I actually, you've already spoken one. Please make it brief. Sometimes we only allow you to speak once, but I understand what you're all concerned, but please make it brief because we got a lot of things on our agenda as well. So thank you. Who's up?
Mr. Fariselli, could you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'd just like to say one thing, and I will make it brief. With all we heard tonight, what's frustrating, observing all this, is the simple fact is there's a lot of concern about the way the design of this development is. A lot of people are very concerned. Some have very valid reasons, some not so valid, but there is concern. And the mere fact is, if they would just loosen up their thinking and consider putting the egress to enter and exit on Cherry Hill Road would solve all this. And there doesn't seem any verifiable reason why that can't be done. It seems that it could be undertaken and it's reasonable to do. It may take a little more cost. The town may have to invest a little more in Cherry Hill Road at that section, but considering the amount of taxes that the people on this call represent, I think it's only feasible to do. And that's all really what I'd like the committee to consider. Can we solve this problem very easily by putting in the extension? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fariselli. Once again, I believe it's the Fontanas. If you could unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, this is Joe Fontana from 19 Autumn Ridge Road. My wife spoke earlier. I just want to create a couple of different ideas that I think haven't been addressed yet. And in terms of a project, whenever a project's put together, I think the commission that's well educated in this field, obviously, needs to see options. And one option that hasn't been mentioned is the fact of the road coming in from Cherry Hill and the emergency road go out of to Autumn Ridge. And I think that's an option that needs to be addressed to the commission. So you provide choices and ultimately the commission will make the best decision that they can make based on what they see as the best choice for everyone involved. Now, this neighborhood has spoken very clearly, and I obviously support all the points that were made. And I trust the experience and maturity of the commission to see through that this project is really about saving money from the development point of view. And it's not about, thinking safety and thinking about people that already live here. It's really, be ashamed if this goes through as it is, because it really has not been thought through, and options that need to be addressed. Traffic on Route 1, Cherry Hill, and coming out to from High Meadow to Brushy Plain Road, Parish Farm Road. All those roads are going to take a beating that will impact the town's upkeep of these roads. That we talked about safety of kids, and the amount of traffic coming in and out is quadruple what it used to be, even 5-6 years ago. So more houses, more development. It's not going to be 2 cars per house. That's really a naive way of thinking about this. It's going to be a lot of impact. So to disperse the traffic safely and have a through road, that would be the best choice, in my opinion. A lot of people's opinion on the street. But once again, I'll leave it to the commission to hear options about this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fontana. I believe that's everyone at this time that wanted to speak. Chairman Andre.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Evan. Does the applicant have any responses you'd like to make at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep it very brief. James DeMayo, just to touch upon a couple really quickly. I know one person has mentioned it previously from the public. Sorry, I missed your name when you asked it, but talking about the protos and consiglieros in terms of how it's going to impact them, and they can attest to this. We have been, we have open dialogue with them currently in terms of, rearranging their driveway and everything else. It's not going to be at any cost to them. It will be picked up by our proposed development. I believe a lot of people from the public misinterpret what my purpose for citing the ITE manual and talking about the traffic counts of being 2 per house. That the reason for that is to prove that it's not a major traffic impact. The regulations are talk about something being a major traffic impact, and I was trying to emphasize the point that we are very much not in that major category. So that's just my point there. On another point, traffic safety is a concern, especially as a professional engineer. I take it very seriously. There's reasons why certain other avenues are not ideal from a safety standpoint that just have not fully been discussed. I.e., if we were to do a through road and waive that flat 50-foot buffer where it hits Cherry Hill Road, you're going to have a steep section of road. Now, if for whatever reason a vehicle loses control due to ice, snow, everybody talks about all these, extenuating circumstances, and this is just a very possible one. You don't have that flat spot to help you slow down. Therefore, you are going, and that's the intention of why that regulation is in the town's, or why that is in the town's regulations, which is a major safety concern. Talking about coming to a stop at an intersection, that could be said for Abbey Road, any intersection in the town. People are supposed to follow traffic rules. It's up to them to do it. So unfortunately, nobody can control anybody. A lot of that, it's people. Talking about headlights, I know, for instance, there's a vacant lot directly across the street. So any vehicles leaving our proposed development, those headlights are going directly into a vacant lot. As everyone has mentioned, they've always thought that there was going to be a road there. So I don't understand where the headlight comment is coming from if everybody already anticipated a road. And aside from, you can never, it's tough to count for deliveries, but I heard that just said over and over again. And unfortunately, that's a self-inflicted traffic situation in the area. So it's people. I understand it will add additional traffic. The major concerns are during peak times due to when there's the most vehicles on the road at one given time. Other than that, it's usually spread out throughout the day. But those were just the big ones that I wanted to touch upon. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jamil. Mr. Langer.
Yes. I just want to say that if there aren't any other questions from the commission, just on behalf of Mr. Chacon and our team, we just want to thank you for your time. We really appreciate your thoughtful consideration and the time that you took and that everyone took to be involved. We don't take anyone's comments lightly, and we have considered this very carefully. And the only request that I would have to the chair and to the commission is that in your deliberations, I would respectfully request a straw poll, if you would, just considering the dead end street proposal. I think that would be very helpful in this regard. And thank you again.
Chairman Andre, before we begin that, we do have one more public commenter who raised their hand during Mr. DeMayo's short speech just now. I was wondering if we could let them speak.
Make it very tiny because we closed the public portion and it's out of order. That said, make it quick.
The person named Zoom user, could you please unmute yourself and state your name? You repeat that? You cut out. You are now unmuted.
Okay. So I have a couple questions. I'm just wondering how it's appropriate to tell homeowners that pay $14,000 a year and above that we have a substandard road that is next to our development. Like, how is that in the year 2022? How is that okay and acceptable to tell us that we pay $14,000 a year and above for taxes, but we have a substandard road?
Can you identify yourself for the record, please? Excuse me, checking under chair.
Yes, Julie Restaino, 17 Autumn Ridge.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions or comments?
Yes, that's my question. So
okay,
I'm just
anything
wondering.
else? Okay, anything else?
Yes, so I have another question. So extensions, how many extensions are allowed on one particular road?
Okay, any other questions?
Is there an answer to that question?
Well, yeah, that's in the regulations and those were reviewed in detail. I just want to get on the record everything you want so I can close this and then we can address
Okay,
them.
well, I just would like to again reiterate what everyone else has said, that we were definitely and showed plans that development, we were told it to be X Hill. Now, I believe that's why it's called Cherry Hill Development, because attached to Cherry Hill Road. So, I mean, it's one straight road in where Orange Road, third extension off of the main road. I mean, we have High Meadow, then we have Valley Brook, and then we have Autumn Ridge. So now you're going to make a fourth extension there?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So the people at the top of the road are really getting the most of the burden, as they're going to have the traffic from everyone.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We appreciate your comments and
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, does the applicant want to address? I think some of those questions were addressed, frankly, about you pointed out where the intersection was, what the limits are for dead end streets, and how many are on there now. That was one of our questions. But is there anything else you'd like to address in response? Say anything else? The applicant gets a chance to respond. Mr. DeMayo or Mr. Langer, you don't need to, but I'm just giving you that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we did address those comments. We appreciate the comments, and just for purposes of time, we'll leave it at that. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are we good to close this matter as a public hearing? What I think the attorney is looking for is a straw poll. I think in our deliberations, we can discuss this and give them some guidance on this of where we are. So I think that's what we'll do. But I'll just make sure. Are we good? Does commission and staff any more questions, or can we close this?
Sorry, it's Marcy Paluzzi. I have two very quick questions. were any test pits completed to find out whether there's any rock in that area? And can we get the size of the trees in that basic area? Because there's nothing on the plan that shows the size of the trees. Thank you.
James DeMayo, the test pits were done in order to provide information for the detention basins. Essentially for the viability of the detention basins, not for the right of way. Significant trees, there's currently 4. They are not currently shown on the plan, but there were 4 within 50 feet of the right of way. I can tell you that for certain. I just have not mapped them yet.
Do you know how big?
18 inches to 24.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commission members? Questions, comments, commission members, staff? Hearing none, then we're going to close these items number 1 and 2 as a public hearing. I point out that we have 10 public hearing items on our agenda. So some of them are going, for similar projects, but I have, let's take a 10-minute break at this time. So I don't know if we're going to discuss this tonight. We may not be able to because we have a lengthy agenda, but we'll discuss it, and I understand what the applicant's request is, so we'll keep that in mind through our discussions. So thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Let's reconvene then with our public hearing items. We're now on items 3 and 4. This is the Goodsell Point PDD site plan for the mixed-use development, marine and residential, Goodsell Point LLC, applicant and owner, 61, 65, 71, 67, and 73 Goodsell Point Road. Is the applicant ready to proceed with this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. We are ready to proceed. I'm attorney Marjorie Shansky, representing Goodsell Point LLC. With me this evening are Mr. Maritoli, Sal Maritoli, principal of the LLC, Todd Ritchie, our site engineer from SLR Consulting, and Dave Sullivan, our traffic engineer from SLR Consulting. We were with you on the 20th of January and had a reasonably robust discussion about the details of the development and with specific reference to the comments that were shown in Mr. Breining's preliminary staff report. He has now issued I think it may be final, staff report in which he indicates some recommendations and some conditions of approval that are satisfactory to the applicant. As you know, we have a finding of coastal consistency from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and are prepared, I think, for the commission's consideration of the special exception for the grading and earth removal activities and for the site plan and coastal site plan. But if the commission would like to hear from Mr. Ritchie or Mr. Maritoli or Mr. Sullivan, we are here for you.
Thank you, Attorney Shansky. At this point, then, I'll turn it over to Mr. Breining to review his updated staff report, unless you have anything else at this time.
Not at this time, but as I say, Mr. Ritchie is poised to share his screen if you'd like to have that view of the development in front of you.
Sure. Well, I'll defer to Evan at this point. Evan, how would you like to proceed?
Evan Breining, Assistant Town Planner. I'll review my staff report and any questions I have in there. I'll just refer that to Mr. Ritchie. This application for a special exception and coastal site plan for a PDD approved last year. They are located in the Coastal Management District. That section of our code, section 5.1B, has a requirement that no parking area, building, or structure shall extend within 25 feet of a critical coastal resource. I believe Connecticut DEP in their report also commented on this and requested that the applicant demonstrate measures taken to prevent any adverse impact. I believe Mr. Ritchie also discussed that at his last meeting, but I'd also like him to just briefly touch on that again today, if that's okay with him. The proposed landscaping does not fully satisfy the strict application of the residential zoning district requirements. However, they do propose a significant amount of plantings, both next to the residences and in the commercial areas. They meet the parking requirements. They have provided a lighting plan as well as an erosion control and sediment control plan. I added a condition concerning the lighting, as there was a small amount of light breaching the property line into the wetland area. I think the condition I added to the potential conditions would cover that. The staff would like the applicant to confirm if any of the retaining walls that are within 6 feet of any parking spaces are under 3 feet in height. I believe they also discussed that last week. Based on the application materials presented, it appears that the applicant satisfies the special exception criteria of section 9.8F, and a referral was sent to DEEP. That report was circulated to the Planning Zoning Commission members. I can briefly summarize some of their points. They did request that public access signage be posted to indicate the public access space. I think the applicant added that to the plans already. They also requested information regarding any structure located in the flood zone and requiring that the ground floor below 13 feet in elevation must have flood vents with foundations and must be unfinished. I believe Mr. Ritchie also discussed this last week. However, I'd like him to just summarize that for us. And as well as the 25 feet from any critical coastal resource. The applicant has relocated one of the structures that was in this 25-foot measurement. That was the trash enclosure. However, I think portions of the pool patio are still within that measurement, as well as the pool equipment structure and a stairwell next to it. I can also go over the conditions I proposed. I have 2 findings. One is that the commission finds that the applicant demonstrated excellence in landscaping design and therefore waives some of the specific requirements of the landscaping regulations. They also find that the coastal site plan is consistent with the goals and policies of the Coastal Area Management Act. As far as conditions, condition 1, I'd like to share my screen actually. Condition number 1, all the conditions laid out in the previous March 4th, 2021 PDD resolution shall remain in full force and effect. The applicant shall provide an affordable housing offer as a payment of $15,000 made to the town of Branford. Erosion control measures shall be installed. Prior to the issuance of a zoning or building permit, the following shall be addressed to the satisfaction of the town planner. The applicant shall provide easements to the town of Branford for the purpose of access to use the proposed public features and provide provisions for access to these features during the winter boat storage season. The applicant must comply with the lighting regulations, as well as make some changes to two of the plans to indicate the relocation of the trash enclosure. One was on the lighting plan, and there was also a note on the site plan. And then finally, the applicant shall provide documentation that all comments from the town engineer's November 15th report have been addressed. And that's it.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Evan. So I think there are like 3 things you mentioned that you would like Mr. Ritchie to review even though he may have gone over some of it last time. I think there was the demonstrate measures that will be taken to prevent adverse impact to any structures that are within 25 feet of a critical coastal resource.
Correct.
And then retaining walls, 3 feet retaining walls, and there was one other one I think that you had mentioned.
Flood. Any residences in the flood zone, but
Yeah.
Mr. Ritchie, you can take it from here.
Sure. Good evening. For the record, my name is Todd Ritchie, a registered professional civil engineer in Connecticut, also board certified environmental engineer and certified floodplain manager with SLR Consulting. The first question regarding the 25-foot buffer, I did quickly mention it last time. We are proposing anywhere within 25 feet of tidal wetlands to have a, we would be willing to put up a construction, bright orange construction fence throughout construction, except for and only at the time where work would be necessary as proposed on the approved plan beyond the 25-foot offset from tidal wetlands, in compliance with the approved plans, of course, while maintaining all erosion sediment controls as shown on the erosion sediment control plans. So that could be also added as a condition of approval for us to provide that as needed or desired. The other retaining wall issue, I'll share my screen real quick just to point them out so everybody knows where they are. Confirm that you can see.
Yes.
All good? Okay. So the retaining walls adjacent to the parking lot include this, again, maximum height 3-foot wall all the way along the front edge of the parking here. And then along the driveway, there's also a wall along the sidewalk that is max height 3 feet. So both of these walls meet that 3-foot or less requirement next to, adjacent to property line and also the parking area. Just to be noted also, there's a existing, I don't think I brought it up last time, but there's an existing concrete block, large mass concrete block style wall along the shoreline that was put in decades ago that will remain unaffected or untouched as it exists now. So all this parking that is technically adjacent to that wall, it already exists today. As far as flood venting, as noted, we do propose flood vents. These are the notes, and we've calculated all the requirements in accordance with FEMA for the square inches of flood venting per square footage of each unit. This includes the units that will be flood vented will be units 8 through 15 and unit 7. As also discussed at the last meeting, a question, I think it was the only question that was asked at the last meeting, was regarding floor space or floor plans for areas within the flood elevation, which in this case would be at or below elevation 12. That's our flood elevation for the 100-year. The first floor, the living space for all of every unit actually, but of the units that are within the flood zone, which are 8 through 15 and 7, it will remain in the flood zone. All of the first floor elevations for the living space will be at 18, which is 6 feet above the flood elevation. And as FEMA requires and was brought up and discussed last time, the lower level garage and entry and storage areas on the lower level from the garage level, which is at elevation 8, can only be unfinished space. It can be vehicle storage, and just general dry storage space in use, which is what is planned. I don't know if you have any questions, but those are my responses to those questions.
Mr. Ritchie, there was also a question about the pool equipment, and you
yes, sorry.
In January that is not a structure, not an enclosed structure.
Correct. Just to reiterate my statement last meeting, during the hearing, was that this pool equipment will be on an elevated deck, and so that it would be not enclosed. It will have like a fencing or a screening fence around it, like what perhaps like a shadow board type style fence for some ventilation, but for screening. And it will not have a top on it. It will just be screened from view, but it has to be elevated above elevation 12, which we have it at elevation 13, 1 foot above the flood elevation. And the stairs will be basically deck stairs going up. So, you know, they'll just be supported, minimal disturbance for construction because they'll all be supported on wooden posts or piers for those features in this area. The patio does extend within the 25 foot, but it is a minimal area. This is the dimension from the pool to the property line that was also, I think, noted in Evan's comments early on. So we since added that to the property line. So 25 feet would be just around somewhere around here. So there's a little bit that extends out just so that we can have that access to the stairway on the patio equipment.
Chuck Anders Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. One thing that you probably covered before, but was in the DEP letter, it said that the pool should be built to withstand the weight of possible floodwaters. Is that correct?
I actually haven't heard that comment before, but I would say that it probably does apply. I'm not a structural engineer, so I'm not quite sure what the forces would be on the pool as it being submerged. So I would say that that's something that should be addressed, you know, and it could be a condition of approval, certainly by the pool designer.
Thank you. Evan, did you have any further comments or questions?
I did not. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments from commission members or staff before we open up to the public?
Mr. Chairman, Harry Smith, Town Planner. I've got just a couple of comments. One is I did receive a phone call from a neighbor along this road between the exit driveway of this development and Harbor. And they wanted to make sure the commission was completely clear about the narrowest spots along Goodsell Point Road, and thought that some of them were in the neighborhood in terms of the paved width of 15 to 16 feet, and wanted some information to be obtained from the town engineer clarifying what those narrowest points were and options to possibly rectify the situation. Not necessarily putting this on the developer. That person was not necessarily opposed to development. They just before this was actually acted on, want to make sure that information was out in the record, and if possibly some widening is needed of the road, that be at least available for consideration, and not necessarily just for this project, but possibly for any future additional development on Goodsell. Also, while we've got the floor here, I just want to point out that the staff report is labeled preliminary, mainly due to the fact that the proposed conditions probably need another shot in terms of just going through the language. And there were a couple of things that were noted just a couple minutes ago that may be added to the list of conditions. So I would suggest to the commission that give an opportunity for staff to look at those again after the discussion tonight, and come back possibly at the next meeting, should the hearing be closed, with a definitive list of proposed conditions for you.
Dr. Anders, Chair. Thank you, Harry. Other questions, comments from commission members or staff before we open to the public?
I have a comment.
Certainly.
Hi, this is Sharon Hutner, and I just wanted to say that I think this is going to be a wonderful development for Branford. I think that we live in a shoreline town, and it would be wonderful to have more residents have access to our beautiful shoreline. And I'm happy to see that the living spaces are above the 18 feet level, but I'm concerned about the spaces that are underneath, because if I'm worried about the residents and their cars, And if they're going to store cars under in the 9-foot level, I'm just wondering what they're going to do when we get a really bad storm and a really bad hurricane, and the predictions are that our seas are going to be rising. So I just have some concern about our residents who are going to be living there, and also about our facilities. I mean, if the roads are flooded, how are our police and fire going to get in to help anybody? So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutner. Does the applicant want to address the issue of about the lower levels and the vehicles in the flood area?
Todd Ritchie, again, for the record. Again, we've designed the structures within the floodplain in accordance with FEMA guidelines. As part of this application, we did prepare correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Shansky, emergency action or response plan.
Yes.
Which was requested by the town. So the people that will be living in this community, particularly in the structures within the flood zone, will need to certainly be aware of that plan, update that plan, maintain that plan, have copies of them in the residences. As I think was stated in the comments, and forgive me, as a commission member that spoke.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I wasn't able to see on my screen.
Sharon Hutner. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Hutner. That first of all, there is warning of these storms, so there is typically time to prepare for that rise. Obviously, as part of the plan, they'd have to move to higher ground. They'd have to bring their vehicles elsewhere. Also, be pointed out in town, if this site is flooded, I mean, most of the town's going to be flooded too. There's a lot of low areas in town along the coastal areas. So this isn't just an isolated concern, but people will have to manage just like they do elsewhere that are at elevations that are probably even lower than this. So as part of that, there will be a plan. They have to act on, being prepared and responding accordingly. And the flood venting and the FEMA construction requirements all comply with the flood insurance regulations and guidelines for the town. There's nothing precluding this type of construction in Branford from being constructed in this manner. Again, in and out of the development through Goodsell Point Road, I think during the PDD hearing, I did address a couple of things. One was I did talk about some widths of the roadways, which was another comment, and I can comment on that a little bit. But the lowest point in Goodsell Point Road leaving this site was, I think, at elevation 11. So we would have 1 foot of water flooding the road at that point. So, and that is passable. So it won't be cut off from, areas with feet and feet of water, which may actually occur in other areas of town. That this site would still be accessible in flood conditions, or able to be, exited in emergency situations. As far as the widths of Goodsell Point Road, I did do a detailed walk and study of that during the PDD hearing. Unfortunately, I'm not entirely prepared to go into detail on that tonight, but I could give you kind of an overview of as I went along Goodsell Point Road, particularly on this end of the road. It does get narrow, as you mentioned. It also gets pretty wide, in some sections too. So it does vary. The narrowest being, I think, just west of this driveway entrance as you go in front of the property to the west. I think it gets as narrow as 17 feet. And then it gets maybe even to 30 feet in front of the north yard of the Branford Yacht Club or the DEP boat launch area. We are proposing to widen the road, which is around right now around 19 feet at the just narrowest point in front of this property, to a consistent 20 minimum to from the west to, it does flare out a little bit to the east. I think it's maybe 23 feet or so maintained width at the far end of the proposed roadway extension.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Any further questions, comments from commission members or staff before we open up to the public?
Mr. Chairman, Attorney Marjorie Shansky, I would simply add, if I may,
Certainly.
to what Mr. Ritchie said. In the emergency response plan, which is in the file, it also provides for an alternate place for residents to take their cars. So there's a warning system within it and an alternative place to take their vehicles. So with those details have all been provided for. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Shansky. Anything else from commission members or staff? If not, we can open up to the public. Are there members of the public that wish to comment? And Evan, you want to take over?
Evan Browning, Assistant Town Planner. Anyone that would like to participate in the public hearing, please use the raise your hand function or indicate in the chat that you would like to comment. I do not see anyone at this time.
Okay, so Ms. Shansky, does your team have any further comments?
Yes, I do, but I see Mr. Wolf's hand is raised, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
that is correct.
Okay. Yes, let's hear from Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Wolf, could you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Wolf, Avon Road. I'm in full support of Mr. Milatoli's project here. It doesn't make any sense that we wouldn't approve it, seeing that the elevations are totally different. The grade levels are doesn't even make sense to me. How can you flood a car that's never been flooded? The bottom line is, I think this should be approved. And the reason why I think it should be approved is it's a great asset to the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Evan, anyone else?
I do not see anyone else at this time.
Okay. Any further comments by the applicant or commission members or staff? The applicant first. Ms. Shansky, anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So briefly, the conditions of approval, if they wanted to be wordsmithed, I would offer that could be done notwithstanding the commission taking an action on this item, and that the items that Mr. Ritchie suggested could be conditions of approval could be added and wordsmithed beyond, but it would be our preference if the commission were ready to consider this application, because I think that is what my client is interested in order to be able to proceed if the commission were inclined to approve it. Just to keep it open another month or to keep it cooking for another month for the conditions which are largely wrought on the report that's been given to you and that can be added to if that were the disposition of the commission. I would just ask for your consideration of that. But beyond that, we thank you for your time and attention and hope that you'll feel in accordance with the recommendations that are made in the staff report. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shansky. Anything else from staff? I mean, my sense is let's definitely close the public hearing. This is a significant enough project in my mind that if the staff wants to make sure all the conditions, not just the new ones that were added, but other stuff, that conforms with the PDD, because I know you got to merge back in that, but I'll defer to whatever, whatever the staff recommends. Other questions or comments from commission members or staff?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I don't see this taking a month. I think this could be in shape for a full staff recommendation at the next meeting on the 17th. That's
Okay.
2 weeks.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? If not, then we'll close items number 3 and 4 as a public hearing. And, you know, we've still got a number of things. I don't know if we get to this anyway, because we've got a lot of things going on, some interesting things going on that there's a lot of people that want to hear because we still got a lot of people tuning in here. So we'll close items number 3 and 4 as a public hearing. Unlikely that we'll take it up tonight, but the expectation is that it'll be, we'll have a resolution to be voted on at our next meeting in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Shansky. So then that brings us then to items number 5 and 6, which is 61 Bourbon Associates LLC, 61 Bourbon Drive. This is the PDD Master Plan Multifamily Residential Development, and also the PDD Site Plan CAM for Multifamily Residential Development. We started this public hearing at our last meeting, but that was it was sort of abbreviated overview. So is the applicant ready to proceed with that? Mr. Nuff, I think you're muted. Can we unmute? There we go.
There we go. Thank you. I was about to chat to Evan to allow him to unmute me. So, but nice to see you again. So for the record, John Nuff, 147 Broad Street, here in Milford, on behalf of 61 Bourbon Associates LLC, which is obviously the owner of the property located at 61 Bourbon Drive. We want to thank the commission for the opportunity to address them at the last meeting. It was somewhat abbreviated due to the late hour. We're doing a little bit better this week. But that time was well spent because there was some valuable input from our neighbors and from the commission. And so, you know, we have some updates that I think the commission will be appreciative of hearing in a little bit. With me this evening is Todd Ritchie, a professional engineer from SLR, John Pruitt, our architect, and Dave Sullivan, who's our traffic engineer from SLR. We won't be able to close the hearing this evening. We are going to be before the WPCA on February 8th. So we want to continue to move the ball forward in a meaningful way, but not without being redundant or getting into details that we're going to be discussing at the next meeting. So our plan for this evening is to do a quick refresher of the applications and the project, update you on what has taken place since our last meeting. You can hear from Todd again if you like for a quick recap. It's now 9:30. I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chairman, if you want to hear a quick recap of the site plan. But we want to focus on John Pruitt, our architect, because there's been some important changes on that front. And we didn't hear from Dave Sullivan on traffic last time. So we want to make sure we have time for both John and Dave. So let me give you the quick refresher. This is a 5.96 acre parcel. We're in the R4 zone. It's currently improved with a 45,000 square foot building that's now vacant. It was the former monastery and hospice. The applications before you are the PDD, site plan and CAM applications to permit a 55 and older community, all within the existing building, all within the existing development envelope. It's a really wonderful adaptive reuse that eliminates and minimizes any potential impacts to the neighbors, particularly during the construction, because there's going to be virtually no construction outside, and also after construction. In addition, as we know, we stated that this is fulfills a need for affordable senior housing. At the last meeting, we offered 5% of our units as deeded affordable under the 8-30G statute. The commission asked if we can increase the 5% to 10%. I'm happy to report this evening that we are willing to go to 10%. So 6 units will be devoted to affordable under 8-30G. And in addition, the remainder will be naturally occurring affordable housing as your POCD defines it. So that's an important change, and we hope that the commission looks upon that favorably. You know that we discussed stormwater last time, how we are making some changes. We didn't really need to do that. Felt was the right thing to do at the town's request. We've done that. We know that we have offered a pedestrian connection between Branford Hill Park and the town open space to our south. So we are literally creating a bridge between these 2 important open space areas. Harry has asked that we look at the exact path of that pedestrian easement access, and we're happy to do that and report back in 2 weeks. You know that we propose a density of 10 units per acre under our PDD regulation. So we are capped at 59 units because we are at just under 6 acres. And that's really important because one of the things when we talked about the neighbors is they're concerned about expanding the number of units or expanding this building. So we do not propose or intend any expansion of the community in the future, but your assurance and the neighbors' assurance of that is that we would have to amend the PDD regulation itself to go beyond 59 units. And that, of course, as you know, Mr. Chairman, is a legislative act. And you have complete discretion whether or not to expand beyond 59 units or the 10 units per acre. So that gives you great assurance that we have no intent or plans to go beyond the initial 59 units or expand the existing building in any way. We also talked about how the PDD is consistent with your comprehensive plan because neither section 5.6 nor section 7.2 is available for this side of this building. But your comprehensive plan is not just your regulations. Your comprehensive plan is also your zone map. And any quick cursory look at your zone map would indicate there are large swaths of property in close proximity to this parcel that are zoned multifamily. This is a small 6-acre site in comparison to those much larger areas that are zoned multifamily. This is limited to 55 and older, so you have far fewer impacts than it would be if it was not limited to 55 and over. And the maximum height in our zone, as we propose, is 22.5 feet, and every other residential zone is 35 feet, including the multifamily zone. So this is a really wonderful, perfect fit, this use for this site, this building, because, you know, as you know, there's Lions Park and a really wonderful canvas on which, you know, to add new landscaping and really bring the site back to life. So other changes that have occurred since our last meeting, in addition to increasing the affordable by 5% to 10%, we took the opportunity to refine the architecture, both inside and outside the building. You know, one of the things that that characterizes this building is that the corridors existing now are 8 feet wide. Well, that's really unnecessary to have that much space devoted to corridors. And so John Pruitt, in a very smart and clever way, has increased the size of nearly all the units. And at one time, when we first submitted the application, we only had one bedroom unit, all the rest were studios. And now it's pretty much of an even split between 1 bedrooms and studio apartments. We're also making some important changes to the exterior that John will talk about. And I think what you're going to see is this facility can be a really comfortable and attractive option for seniors, particularly now with the changes I just described. We've engaged a landscape architect to do the rest of the site, not just the parking field. So we were happy to talk about that at our next meeting. And then my client, Joe Iamuno, has also spoken to the 3 folks who appeared at the last meeting, particularly our neighbor, Mr. Khan, and they've been able to work out an arrangement of providing screening in a way that's consistent with your wetland regulations. We don't know whether there's going to be a fence yet or, you know, some other sort of vegetative screening, but we've made an effort to talk to our neighbors, and I think they are appreciative of that effort. And I think I see Mr. Khan on the call this evening, and he can certainly speak for himself. But you know, it's important to our client that we have good relationships with our neighbors, and I think the fact that we're staying within the development envelope is certainly indicative of that. So with that quick introduction, if you want to hear from Todd Ritchie again to do a 30-second recap of the development, we certainly can do that. Otherwise, we can get to John Pruitt and keep the program moving.
Whatever you think best, Mr. Nuff. Proceed what you think most sufficient.
John, may I suggest, sorry, Mr. Chair, that just maybe give the big overview, so maybe sure. Some newer people that weren't on the meeting last week can see what the building looks like from the sky and the footprint and everything. All right, sure. For the record, my name is Todd Ritchie, registered professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, also board certified engineer and certified floodplain manager. I'll share my screen and I'll just give you probably 2-minute overview. Okay. So this is the aerial of the vicinity of the site. The building is right here, and the property area is here. You have, again, Branford Hills Fields and Lions Park, and then the open space over here and residences here, and then the former church, or I think it's currently still used as a church here. This kind of defines the area within the canopy of the property. This is the property line right here. So you could kind of see the highlight of the boundary within the existing vegetation, and that there is, a good amount of existing vegetation around the perimeter of the property. I won't go through the site photos again. I'll just skip to just site plan overview. And maybe I'll just go to the rendering, if you don't mind. So this is the rendering of the proposed site. So we'd be rehabilitating the parking lot and reconfiguring it. So it has new landscaping and new layout, providing necessary parking spaces for accessible parking and so on. And we also providing the walkway from Branford Hills and this area here across the road with crosswalks down the sidewalk, down this crosswalk again, and to the back. And that's kind of the overview. The service, the existing service entrance and the other driveway will also be maintained. We have a loading zone here, which is required, and the same amount of spaces that were in this area before for parking.
All right, Todd, thank you very much. So next is going to be John Crew, and I think he's going to be sharing his screen as well.
Yes. For the record, my name is John Cruitt. I am a licensed architect from Guilford, Connecticut. And what I am presenting to you is the design that we are proposing for 61 Bourbon Drive. The Views is the name of the project. It's a conversion to multifamily senior housing with an affordable housing element. I would like to now share my screen. Okay, I gotta get back inside. Okay. First is an illustration of the one of the courtyards of this particular building. One of the very nice features of this existing building is it has a couple of courtyards, which you will also see in the overall site plan, rather overall floor plan. There is a west courtyard and there is an east courtyard. The project consists of a two-story existing brick building, which is proposed to be converted to multi-unit senior housing. The first floor has a gross area of 33,788 square feet, and the second floor has an area of 11,293 square feet. This building was first occupied as a medical hospice facility and then later on by a monastery. The documents prepared by my firm and recently submitted consist of schematic floor plans and elevation studies. Elevation studies were developed to illustrate the exterior renovations proposed for the project. The elevation studies also address areas of the building exterior which require attention. As compared to my initial submission, the elevation drawings are new. They are significantly different from my previous submission. We'll go to one of these elevation drawings. Basically, what is happening is we are putting in some new windows. For for the various units. The scope of the project consists of extensive renovating of the interior of the facility, as well as exterior alterations related to the conversion of the interior to dwelling units. There are 59 dwelling units proposed, 30 of which are one bedroom and 29 of which are studios. All units are designed to comply with the 2018 State of Connecticut Building Code requirement for accessible units, including building access, unit access, and space requirements in each of the 59 units. An existing elevator will be retrofitted to comply with the accessibility requirements of the 2018 State of Connecticut Building Code, specifically ANSI A117.1 2009 edition. Each of the units contains a full kitchen with appliances, including individual washer dryers and full baths. The one bedroom units are ranging in size from 400 square feet to 760 square feet. The studio units range in size from 330 square feet to 570 square feet. What with reutilization of space and with the commitment to re-engineer, reconfigure the corridors and some of the open spaces that are existing, we were able to increase virtually every one of the available 59 units. The existing building contains 3 large common areas. One is currently in use as a library. Let me go back to this plan. Let's go back to, I'm going to go back to the overall plan. The existing building contains 3 large common areas. One is currently used as the library. Another is currently used as a chapter room. And the third, which is the monastery's chapel. What we are proposing for these, the library use would continue as a quiet place for seniors to do quiet activities such as reading. The chapter room would become a group activity room, and the current chapel could become a fitness center with apparatus for fitness training activities. These are areas where residents can share in activities, giving a feeling of community that we feel is vital for seniors, and we also feel could be a good selling point for the project. Going to the elevations, if I may. The exterior of the building will remain predominantly brick, and new windows will have aluminum sash to match the existing windows and glazing. The exterior will be cleaned up and overgrowth removed. All existing windows will be replaced with similar windows, albeit with insulating glazing. Facing the existing courtyards are facades, which have a greenhouse-like construction. My intention is to keep these, but there are alterations proposed which will include aluminum frame glass sliding patio doors located such as to complement the exterior facade. These will also add a strong element of light into the studios. You can see in the southwest elevation an example of how I intend to integrate these sliding glass doors into the existing greenhouse facade. Now, one of the things I also wanted to do was to leave this skylight element as full glazing, such as to further give natural light to these studios. Filler panels faced with aluminum will be used in areas not containing the sliding patio doors. And I spoke, the glazed skylights above the facade are going to remain. The glazing will be repaired as needed. The interiors of these units currently contain cathedral ceilings continuing 24 feet from the exterior into the units. And we are going to retain those to give a greater element of space. I do have some illustrations I'd like to show, briefly running through this. Let me just see if I can get this as an actual size. What this is the elongated studio unit, the one that happens to be 570 square feet. The frontal area is a large 24-foot long by 10.5-foot wide, a living and sleeping area. It has a closet. It has a full bath, which is, accessible. It has a full service kitchen with a dining area and a couple of closets. Now, let's see this. All right. It's interesting. Why am I not getting these illustrations? My apologies, I'm having a little technical difficulty here. Yeah, I had some illustrations here that showed what the bedrooms look like, what the open living kitchen areas would look like. For some reason, this is not.
John, we can see your thumbnails. So.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Let me just do a zoom to fit. I think that will help solve the situation. There we go. Okay, this is a view from the kitchen and that elongated studio that has its face on the courtyard. And this is the front of that particular studio unit. You can see the sliding glass door. This is kind of a rather quick photo rendering. So this doesn't quite show the effect of the cathedral ceiling, but we do intend to keep that. This is a model of a typical one-bedroom unit. Has an open living room kitchen area that's about 20, in this case, about 25 feet deep. Has a full bedroom, has a couple of closets and an accessible bathroom. That is what the bedroom would look like. It's a fairly substantial size. Even though this is a compact unit, these are very livable spaces that we are proposing. This is the front of the living area. Again, these are like artists' renderings, but they're to scale. They have a pretty accurate depiction of what the space could be like. And this is facing the kitchen. You can see the kitchen island. You can see a full service kitchen with appliances, dishwasher, refrigerator, and the like. So basically what we are proposing, we hope that the town feels as we do, is a potentially very exciting adaptive reuse of this existing building, which as an existing building is a very sound construction that is in a location that is very, very inviting to this adaptive reuse to multifamily senior housing. And that concludes my presentation.
Terrific, John. Thank you very much. Next up is Dave Sullivan.
Good evening, Dave Sullivan. I think I'll share my screen here if I can.
Dave, do you want me to put it up? Are you good?
I have it up.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, great. All right, again, Dave Sullivan. I'm with SLR. I manage the traffic and transportation group. I'll be quick and give a quick summary of the report and touch on a couple of the comments that we've received over the past couple of weeks. Scope of our study was fairly traditional. Review the existing conditions, estimate the site traffic, and make projections of what future conditions would be. We conduct our traditional traffic impact study. We make recommendations, and in this case, we responded to town comments as well. Without getting into many of the details, we did collect traffic counts along Bourbon Drive. We made estimates and adjustments to those counts to reflect COVID conditions. We reviewed conduct data before and after the pandemic, before and during the pandemic, to base those adjustments on. We then estimated the amount of traffic that this elderly, age-restricted housing development would produce, and we estimate in the morning and afternoon peak hours, it would generate 20 or fewer trips in either of those peak hours. We then conducted our analysis and found out that there would be no noticeable impact to Bourbon Drive. And at the intersections, we analyzed the level of service during the morning and afternoon peak hours, and traffic operations would be very good. Level of service A, which is as good as you could get. The last thing I'll talk about is the intersection site distances. We evaluated them for the travel speeds, which we obtained along Bourbon Drive. And we determined that looking to the right was fine. Looking to the left, there's a large shrub on the driveway, the main driveway. And we recommend that that shrub be removed out of the sight line, and that the maintenance along the site frontage be continually and regularly maintained. I'll talk next slide about the guide rail. One of the comments we received from, there was 3 comments from the engineering department. 2, I can give you very short answers, just to verify that the ramps at all of our accessible crossings will be ADA compliant, and yes, they will be. There was another procedural question about why we evaluated stopping site distances for 300 feet when he thought we might only need it for 155. The brief explanation is we were more conservative and took into account the speeds, the actual 85th percentile speed, and the grade of Bourbon Drive when estimating that. So we were more conservative, and that was just a clarification. The other comment was there is a guide rail between the service drive and the main driveway. This down below is kind of a planned view of it. So you can see to the right where I'm pointing now is the main driveway, and where I'm pointing now is the service driveway. And what we show in purple here is a guide rail that runs along the curb line on Bourbon Drive. And the comment was, you're going to get rid of this shrub over here, but doesn't this guide rail get in your way when you're trying to look to the left? So what we did is did a profile of the road as it was suggested. And the black line you see on the bottom here is the surface of the road that you're actually looking over. So this is what the ground is doing as you're looking to your left. The green line on top, which is a little hard to see on my screen, hopefully you can see it there, is this point here is if you're sitting in the driveway, that's 3.5 feet from the ground, or that's where your eyeball is theoretically. And this is the eyeball of the driver as they're approaching you. And what we did to show the impact of the guide rail is went out and measured the height of the guide rail, which is, was about around 20 inches, 24 inches in some cases above the ground. So wherever there is guide rail, we show the area here in purple, purplish blue. And as you can see, the line of sight, which is this green line, does not get obstructed by the guide rail. So that was a long way of saying we were asked if the guide rail gets in the way. Short answer is it does not. The last thing I will touch on was a comment that had to do with the pedestrian and bicyclist environment in the area. And, you know, granted, it's not, as pointed out, it's not fantastic. There is some spotty sidewalks in the area, but not throughout the road, not throughout Bourbon Drive. And there are some pedestrians in the area. So what we looked at is how could we contribute to the pedestrian environment and the bicycling environment for that matter, but primarily pedestrians in this area. And I think both John and Todd have talked about it, but it is a significant pedestrian improvement that we're talking about here. So there will be sidewalk provided, obviously on and through the site, but also along Lions, the front of Lions Park. In this area here, there will be a handicap ramp for a future crossing. We'll work with the town to find out where they want to put a pedestrian crossing, but that crossing will connect to the park across the street and the fields across the street. But the sidewalk network that we're creating will also connect to the open space. So there is a fairly substantial thought that was put into this, and I think a nice pedestrian amenity that's been added. So in summary, we looked at some of the more basic things, the traffic impacts, which we do not expect that there will be any from the traffic here. We looked at the driveway and safety, and we feel it is designed safely and sight lines will be good. And we feel in terms of the pedestrian environment, we're making an improvement to what otherwise is not quite up to snuff in this particular area. So thank you, and I'll stop sharing and answer any questions.
Thanks, Dave. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation for this evening. There are some things that we need to deal with at your next meeting on the 17th, but we're happy to hear from the commission members and the public.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Mr. Duff. At this point, Harry, is there anything you'd like to summarize or additional comments, Harry or Evan, from the staff side?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Yes, like to briefly go over a few things. First thing I'd like just a point of information. There have been several PowerPoints presented as part of the applicant's team's presentation, and I don't know if we got the one presented last meeting, but we certainly would need all those. So if someone on that side could coordinate that so we have those available into the public record, that would be great. I think I briefly covered my remarks at the last meeting. I'm just going to highlight a couple things, and I think I'll share my screen just very quickly. Many things have been covered, so I'll skip over those. You should be able to see, this is the first page of staff report prepared for the last meeting. And as was mentioned, WSPCA meeting next week. Traffic study has just been extensively discussed, and I think the comments of the town engineer's office have been reviewed. There were a couple comments in the town engineer's comments about stormwater, and those can be, hopefully that have been addressed at this point, and I'll have the town engineer review any additional information that's been submitted. I think we've talked about the comprehensive plan. There's been some additional information presented regarding that and how the PDD, which needs to demonstrate that any other existing sections of the zoning regs cannot be used to create the development. I think that's been fairly well explained at this point. I will make a pitch, and I think I made a pitch last meeting for adding possibly the Lions Park and possibly even other portions of the property to the open space. I think the remarks were made so far about the pedestrian improvements and enhancements are a big giant step towards creating that connection that I think Mr. Nuff mentioned. But I think it's an opportunity here to go a little further. This is a side of town that doesn't have a whole lot of recreational and open space areas. So I think to connect what is there and enhance it as much as possible is the source of my comments. So I think the Lions Park, particularly, which my understanding was provided, it's been open to the public, is my understanding, for the last two property owners, the hospice and the monastery. At least that public use has been tolerated. I think it was initially intended as a public amenity to complement the hospice and for also the benefit of the folks in the hospice. I could understand as a property owner how someone might be concerned that they want to retain some kind of control over activity in the park and to be able to ensure the safety of folks living in this development. But maybe there's a middle ground where there can be a provision to keep it open to the public and provide some provision for appropriate control of the area. So I'll stop there with that, but and to note the 10% affordable housing provision. So that's great. The coastal site plan has been submitted. We have additional stormwater information. We are still missing information on lighting, and we're talking about also pole mounted lighting and the building mounted lighting. And I think that was also noted in a comment by the abutting property owner as being a concern of theirs. So I think that is probably all I need to comment on at this point. We will submit additional information to DEP if it hasn't already been submitted regarding the stormwater, which I think they were concerned about. And that would be, I think, possibly the only comment they might have with respect to coastal resources, since this area does drain into a tidal wetland. And these are the comments from the town engineer that were referred to. And we don't need to speak about this. If this has been covered, we can cover that in terms of nailing it down at the next meeting. So I'll stop right there and stop sharing my screen. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Harry. One request from the applicant at the next meeting. I appreciated Mr. Kruitz showing the layout and the sample building size, room sizes. But I noticed the studios, he said, range from 330 to 570 square feet, and the depiction was of the largest one, the 570. 330 seems pretty small, but maybe it works and maybe there's a demand for it. So my request would be, show us, similar to what you did for the big one, show us what the small one looks like at the next meeting. So that's a request. Are there other questions, comments from commission members or staff before we open it up to the public?
Marcy Paluzzi, I have just an additional request. Could he submit a breakdown of the number of units at the square, a square foot range, so we can see how many of the one bedrooms fall on the high range versus the low, and the studios on the high range versus low? And then my other question would be, is the reason why they're so narrow because of existing demising walls or something of that nature? So I'm just trying to understand the length, because they seem quite narrow to me.
If I may answer.
Thank
Again, you. For the commission, John Kruitt, if I may respond to that. The reason that the studios are the configuration they are is because that is the existing demising partitions. As far as the area breakdowns, the sheets A2 and A3 actually list what these units are, that whether they're one bedroom or they're studios, and they do give individual square footages of each particular unit. So that is currently on the plans.
And to be clear, those are the plans that were submitted, I believe, yesterday. So.
Okay, I may just not have seen it. Thank you.
Understood.
Yeah, I believe they was sent out probably by email, but it could have been as late as today. So.
But that, in any case, that particular area breakdown is currently available.
Great. Chuck Anderson, thank you. Any other questions, comments from commission members before we open up to the public?
Chuck, Fred Russo.
Fred?
2 quick ones. One is there going to be any on-premise either maintenance or management for the facility? You know, the fact that there are a facility for elderly people and would probably need change a light bulb, whatever. Is that going to be on premises or available to the tenants of this, or are they pretty much on their own once they're in the unit?
Well, it's not assisted living, of course, but I think we all agree that while it's 55 and older, a good portion of the residents are probably not going to be close to 55, maybe 10 to 15 to 20 years older than that.
Right.
My client does have experience operating other apartment buildings. I'd be happy to get in touch with him and report back at the next meeting, but I don't think there's going to be anyone full time on the site, but I'd be happy to find out, what the sort of maintenance arrangement is, for folks who might need help.
Yeah, I actually, and I wasn't implying that it's supposed to be a full-time person. That's up to the way you decide to do it. I was just thinking if I were living there and I was a senior, which I happen to be, would there be someone around there that could kind of help me out if I had a problem? And so that you guys can resolve that. The other question I had was, there was a picture of the kitchen, and I love renderings because you make them what they are, but I'm thinking an elderly person sitting at an island on a stool. I don't know. It just, for some reason, it just seems that I can imagine someone with a walker trying to get over to an island and then trying to hobble up on a stool for there. I don't know. Maybe there's something better, a small little round table with some more normal type chairs here, but just ideas that popped in my mind. And said, I don't know who's going to be living there except for their ages and what their physical abilities and handicaps may be. But something that crossed my mind when I saw the picture. I think that older people sitting on stools is probably not a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
If I may respond to that. John, again, for the record, John Pruitt. We are indeed planning to have 6 units that are available for more advanced stages of people who are disabled. In terms of ANSI A117.1, these are called type A units. Now, the kitchen illustration that I showed is probably more typical for a less restrictive unit, which is, all counter heights. But in fact, what happens in a type A unit to that kitchen is there are workspaces that are only, say, 2 foot 10 inches high, which are accessible to wheelchair-ridden people who can actually wheel up to these, and they will contain ranges with the controls in front, and facilities where disabled people would, be where devices would be within their reach. So as far as the stools, not all of these kitchens have these particular islands. Some of the kitchens are just straight kitchens. There are a couple of kitchens that are in fact L-shaped kitchens, but especially in the A units, you will notice that there is no such arrangement in the kitchens, and the more advanced handicapped people would probably wind up in one of these 6 type A units.
Sure, thank you. That was the information I was really asking about, and I'm glad you answered it the way you did.
Chuck Anderson, Chair. Thanks, Fred. Other questions, comments from commission members before we open up the public?
Joe Chadwick, just one quick question. And I realize all this discussion about interior design really is pretty far out of our jurisdiction, but I am kind of curious what rendering software is being used to depict these images. What brought this to my mind was looking at the plan. I'm seeing a bed that you can barely move around, but in the perspective, there's a bed with a sumptuous amount of space around it. And similarly, the proportion of a lot of the spaces in plan look really different once they're populated with furniture in the perspective. So I'm just kind of curious what vehicle you were using. This is more for personal information rather than anything affecting a decision relative to a planning or zoning concept.
Well, in fact, we had an illustrator do this on our behalf. I myself use what is called building information modeling software for some of these projects. And what happens with these is when we take these particular views, it's kind of like a wide angle lens camera that we try to depict the views as accurately as possible, but when you deal with things like wide angle photo images, sometimes they kind of exaggerate certain views, but I would state for the record that these are reasonably accurate depictions, and you could see in two of the particular illustrations of the actual interior models that you would get a really good depiction or accurate depiction of the spaces and their abilities to handle furniture.
Thanks, John.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear. Chuck Anderson, Chair. Other questions, comments from commission members? Marcy.
Hi again. Did you consider doing any 2-bedroom units? And I guess the reason I say it is I'm just trying to get my head around the density of some of these, 10-foot 2 wide units by 48, which are just so tunneled. And, I realize they're demising walls, but, for a hospice use and, those with the religion, they didn't need some of the amenities that I think many active adults are used to, such as maybe having an extra bedroom for a study or a guest or some of those kinds of things. And for me, it's really a question of, is the density appropriate? I know the parking meets the standards, but I'm just really trying to get my head around the density of these units.
Well, I think what's important when you talk about density is, you're looking at number of units per acre. Certainly no one's going to be required to live here who doesn't make his or her free election to choose to live here. But candidly, whether it's 59 units or 50 units or 100 units in this building, the building is staying the same. We're trying to maintain the integrity of the building, maintain the integrity of the site, make sure that it continues to be an asset to the neighborhood. And we can talk about Lions Park later or at the next time. But certainly this is what my client, based upon his experience, knows will meet the markets. And keep in mind that there is a financial incentive here in terms of making these units affordable. Affordable as a result of not because of 830G, but just because they are a lower price point, even if someone doesn't meet the qualifications for an affordable unit. That will necessarily have an impact on the size of the unit, but that still doesn't mean that, someone's not going to make an election to live here. As John indicated, the ceilings are very high, you have sliding doors, it's still a nice, bright, comfortable, attractive unit. And also there's going to be opportunities for those people who are living here to go into the common areas and then a nice day, go in and utilize the Lions Park or the other open space across the street or the town open space. So the intention is to create a really wonderful community. Are some of the units cozy? Yeah, they're cozy, but again, someone's going to have the free choice whether or not to live there. And so, we think that this accommodates a need in the markets, for people this age.
Chuck Andrews, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nuff. Any further questions, comments from commission members or staff before we open it up? Hearing none, let's open it up to the public. Any member of the public wish to comment? Evan, why don't you run this?
Sure. Evan Browning, Assistant Town Planner. Anyone that would like to participate, please use the raise your hand function or indicate in the chat. Looks like we have two already. Miss Spinazzola, if you could unmute yourself. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
No, it's okay. Everybody screws up. It's Spinazzola. I'm Allison Spinazzola. I'm a homeowner in the neighborhood. I'm also a realtor, so I'm looking at this from two different perspectives here. I'm actually really excited about this project. One, for the neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood for 11 years now. I actually used to live right across the street from the church, so I know that area well. We still walk the area with our dog, with our family. We love the space. I'm happy to see some use being put to it. It's been vacant for a long time and it's just kind of sitting there, and there is some sort of appeal to that, to go and see an old space and admire the history in it. But I think it's long overdue that we use the space for some purpose. And I think this fits a need for the community. It is 55 plus, so it's not bringing in a ton of extra noise. It's not bringing in, a whole bunch of families that are going to, make the neighborhood too loud, or, I think it's a perfect space for a 55 plus community. On the realtor side of it, there's a very, very large population of seniors who are selling their houses, trying to downsize, and just do not have anywhere to go. I have a client right now who we've been looking for 5 months now. She sold her home and she's stuck with family that she doesn't want to live with. She wants to downsize. This would be the perfect opportunity for her to have a space that is a studio or 1 bedroom where she has just enough space that she wants to clean. It's within her budget. A lot of them are facing limited income and they're not being able to get approved for rentals because they're not, able to show that they make 3 times the income. And they're ending up with nowhere to go. And it's really unfortunate. And I really think this meets a need for the neighborhood and for, the 55 plus community who are just being really left behind. It is an expensive area to live in. And a lot of them have lived here their whole lives and want to stay here, and they just can't afford to. And many I've seen having to move into very unsafe places. So just from both perspectives, I think it's a really good idea. I'm happy to see this project. I'm hoping it works out. The 2 concerns that I had was the percentage of deeded affordable, which seems to be increased. So that's not an issue anymore. The other issue that I had, again, I used to live right across the street. I don't see an increase in traffic being so much a problem as the speed on that road. I can tell you from living there right on the corner and having young kids myself, speed is a factor. So I would love to see, especially if there's going to be a crosswalk put in. I'm glad that they're going to remove a shrub to help with sight in and out. But I really think there needs to be some sort of signage going up towards Penn Road, either a flashing pedestrian sign, something along those lines, to kind of give drivers a little bit more of an alert that they need to slow down, because they do come down that hill very quickly and they don't stop at the stop sign. I've seen it many times where people almost got hit or other cars almost got hit. So I think that would be a concern for the traffic there more than the increase in number of cars. It's not a very busy area. Even at the most popular times of day, it's really not bad. It's more of a speed factor. But other than that, I really love this project and I hope it works out. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Quentin Can.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
So I'd like to start by just thanking the developer's representatives coming tonight and giving us a more detailed view of what is in plan. I think that some of the questions that the commission asked were really great, specifically about on-site maintenance. Having spent 10 years in facilities management myself, residential and commercial, and specifically in the area of individuals with developmental disabilities, I can say that the question also about the ADA access and space and ease of movement was also a great question. Things happen even in new construction on a day-to-day basis. Drains clog, toilets clog, bulbs need to be changed, doorknobs loosen up. So, I think that is a question I'll be interested to hear next week, how they are planning that sort of thing. The architect, I'm sorry, I don't have your name. He had mentioned, he used the term accessible, referring to the bathrooms in the renderings that he showed, but those bathrooms really don't appear to be accessible by ADA standards. So I'm not sure if that was just a term that was being used, but not inaccurately given those particular renderings. But I'm sure that building plans will be approved and ensure that ADA code is met on those accessible units. Mr. Brenning, is it possible for me to share my screen?
Harry?
Harry Smith, town planner. Yeah, we can do that if that's okay with the chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait 1 second. I'm having an issue here. Okay, you should be able to do it now.
I appreciate it. Okay, I just pulled up a GIS of the area here. Are you all able to see this?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, great. So I've got highlighted here. I just want to give everyone a frame of reference. By the way, I failed to identify myself. Quentin Can. I'm the property owner and resident on number 10 Helen Road, which I'll highlight momentarily. I currently have 61 Bourbon Drive highlighted, and I just want everyone for the record to see where I am in proximity to the property, to have some understanding of some of the issues that I'm going to speak of tonight. So currently highlighted is 61 Bourbon Drive, location of the existing monastery building, which is under consideration tonight. And here we go. This is my property, number 10 Helen Road, which I will point out is also contains Helen Road itself and directly abuts the monastery property on the monastery's western border and on my eastern border for a distance of about 150 linear feet. Zooming out, because there was some discussion, points made earlier about the currently existing condos and apartments, and just so that we can all have a clear view of what's being discussed here, we have, I think this is Jefferson Woods here in the center of the screen. Over here on the right is the Greens, I think. So those are the two largest. And I'm sorry, there's one more over here, Branford Hills, Orchard Heights. So I point this out just to show that we are a rather densely populated area as is. I think we have about, of the districts in town, we are certainly the most densely populated. I think carrying between combined Short Beach and the hills, we comprise about 8% of the land mass, but about a third of the population. So just an important consideration as we're talking about additional housing units coming into the area here. I'd also just point out that the existing apartments and condos that do exist here are all on the north side of Bourbon. And if you look south of Bourbon, we have the monastery, the church, and single-family residences, some of which are large properties, such as my own, and have historically been farmland, slowly developed over into single-family dwellings. Also understanding the history of the number 61 Bourbon Drive, that was, of course, originally built to be a hospice building, and after serving as hospice, was used as a monastery, which I believe had housed 8 nuns. I think that was mentioned last meeting. I point this out only so that we all look at the proposal and the situation with the understanding of exactly what the neighborhood is and exactly what the historic use of the building is, because it has not historically been apartments and it never was a large residency building. That being said, Mr. Imuno has reached out to me yesterday, and we had a chance to speak today. I'm heartened by his outreach to myself and several of the other people that spoke last meeting. I think that it is a show of good faith that he's attempting to hear what neighbors are saying and address concerns. As Mr. Nuff said, he has offered, although Mr. Nuff said a screen of either fencing or trees along the 150-foot property border. My discussion with Mr. Imuno was specifically about 150-foot fence from for the duration of the board of our properties here. And I would ask that the commission do consider that as a condition of approval, just to ensure that that doesn't get lost anywhere in the process. And again, I would thank the builder for compromising with me on that and addressing some of my concerns about privacy and light intrusion and sound intrusion, which are my 3 primary concerns. Zooming in here a little bit, you can see that I've got about a dozen neighbors around the property. I've introduced myself to most of them at least once, aside from the people on the road. I've spoken to a number of the people over here on the outskirts a couple times, and I think that we have a nice community. It concerns me that I'm suddenly going to be having 59 additional neighbors right there to my east. It's not what I envisioned when I purchased the property, and it's certainly going to impact my future enjoyment of the property. I understand that that is what it is to some degree, but I hope that as the commission is mulling the size of the units and the density of the population in the area and in this building, that some consideration is given to the drastic change that myself and some of the other direct neighbors over here are going to experience by a sudden change of an additional nearly 60 neighbors. I had, as was mentioned earlier, brought up by Mr. Smith, brought up some concerns about light pollution. What this map doesn't show you is that there is a significant elevation change from number 61 Bourbon to my property. Current lighting produces enough light pollution that I find it disturbing. Even at night, we have to keep our curtains closed in the bedroom just because of lighting that comes from this parking area. And I don't believe that all the existing lighting is even in operation. So I'm concerned about the type of lighting that's there. Mr. Imuno has given me his assurance that he will address my concern and ensure that lighting that is used does not create a further burden, and that he wants to address some of the lighting issues that already exist. I will have to put my faith in that, in his statement there, and trust that the commission will also ensure that the lighting plan is appropriate and unobtrusive. I wonder if there's any way that we may have some of these lights on a timer, understanding that some lighting is necessary overnight for safety, but Can we have a minimal amount of lighting that actually stays on overnight and some lighting on a timer that would allow natural darkness to preside over the night? That's something I would ask for some consideration too. Some of the numbers, I'm just trying in my mind to go through. If we have 75 parking spots and 59 housing units here, and we're being told that only 20 cars are going to be impacting Bourbon Drive during peak hours, that means that only 20 of 60 residents, I'm rounding off to 60 here, 20 of 59 residents are actually going to be going out. Does that mean that the other 39 residents are going to be staying here in their homes throughout the day? Is that the vision of kind of what this housing is? And if that's the case, you know, that draws some further scrutiny, at least in my thinking, to the size of the units and what sort of pleasureful living experience people that rent here may experience. I would also like to point out that here south of my property and southwest of the proposed site, we have land trust or town of Branford land, commonly called land trust, but I think it belongs to town of Branford. Currently, Helen Road has a public right of way, which is used for people to access the property. And of course, with no parking available. So I think that having the public right of way through the property here is a great idea. I think that that will make the site more accessible to people. And I think that the enjoyment of this space by the public and being able to come from the park across will be a great way to access it. My concern is that the people that are coming through and from number 61 onto the land trust land here, which is relatively small in terms of what's actually walkable. There aren't any established trails there. There's just kind of an open field in this area, and then a lot of marshes over here and some sporadic woodlands up in this area. A public right of way is to pass and repass for the purpose of accessing a piece of property to which you have deeded right. My concern is that people will use this public right of way to walk back to this property and then you walk up Helen Road and maybe up and down Helen Road. And that is going to increase foot traffic, which is outside the purpose of what is the deeded access, which is the purpose to pass and repass for the purpose of accessing the land. So coming from the land and walking up and down or making a loop out of it is kind of beyond that. So I'm concerned about how that aspect of the plan may take a lot more people walking up and down my property, specifically just from a liability standpoint. You know, there's this is a private road. I've had a hard time getting the town to work with me on any sort of maintenance on it in the past. And being what it is, potholes, you know, some deterioration, I'm always concerned about people coming up and down the road and getting injured. And certainly, you know, with the increased foot traffic that may be presented to Helen Road through this plan, you know, I bring this up only to have it as a matter of the public record. I don't think that any consideration of the use of Helen Road is necessarily attached to this plan, but I bring it up as a matter just to be on the public record. Looking at some of my notes here, that really is all that I have to say here at the moment. And I look forward to hearing some of the responses that may come from the, oh, actually, no, there is one more thing. I guess another big concern of mine is that although this is currently being proposed as a 55 plus community, which I think is a great thing for the reasons that that have already been stated. I think that it's going to have a lesser impact on the neighborhood than if it were not an age-restricted development. So I do appreciate that aspect of it, but my concern is assuming that they're not able to get the clientele that they hope for based on whatever. There aren't enough people that aren't interested in such small living accommodations that aren't satisfied and don't wind up renting the space. Is it within the owner's personal jurisdiction to decide in the future if they would just convert this into an affordable housing complex, maybe seeing a monetary opportunity there to just utilize the space that they've developed in a different way? So I would ask the commission, is that something that is the prerogative of the owner? And if so, can we in the community, abutters, neighbors, have some assurance that the future of this property is not going to turn entirely into an affordable housing complex? Because there have been a number of these types of developments, 55 and older communities, which over the years have started out as 55 and older and turned into Section 8 housing. Obviously, there are concerns around that for property values, for potential crime, and that's something that I certainly am concerned about. And I'd like to have some assurance that that's not a potential possibility for where this property would be headed. And with that, I will thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. Be interested to hear the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ken. Oh, Evan, who's next? Yeah.
Timothy Hunter, sorry.
Hi, my name is Timothy Hunter. I live at 33 Bourbon Drive. I'm actually the pie-shaped property in between Quentin and the 61 Bourbon Associates. I just want to thank Quentin for his well thought out presentation and all of the things that he said. I'd like to echo everything that he has said. I also would like to know if the screening provided to Quentin would also be provided to my property, as I also see direct line through my woods, which happens to be wetlands, to that property. And I would be concerned about possible light problems as well. I also have concerns about people dumping garbage into the back of the wetlands there. What would stop, if people who own houses wouldn't necessarily dump garbage, back there, but because it's an apartment building or whatever it is, I've lived in my share of condos and people don't seem to care too much about the property around them. If there's any way to prevent that from happening, I know I'm putting up a fence. I just don't want people to dump garbage over top of the fence. And now I have garbage in the wetlands back there. Other than that, I also would like to echo the fact that, the neighborhood is a pretty good neighborhood. My house has actually been broken into twice since I've lived here. My father's car was stolen a couple weeks ago. So I also would be concerned about the 55 and older community possibly turning into low income housing as well.
Wow.
So that's all I would like to say on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Wolf.
Wow.
Yes. You hear me?
Yes.
Couple concerns I have. So basically everybody's worried about like their cars being broken into and whatnot else, and the whole facade of everything that's going on there, whether it's lighting or whatever else. Lighting is lighting. If I put an LED light on my house, it shines into the house next to me. That's that. The bottom line is, Chuck, and you said this, correct me if I'm wrong, but if they are to do an 830G, there's nothing anyone can do to stop that. And you said this, Chuck, bottom line, when it came down to Parkside. And why are we fighting it? It doesn't matter. So my question is to Chuck, basically. Chuck, they do an 830G. Inform the people about it. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I believe that's it for public comment at this time. You're muted, Chuck.
Sorry. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, public. Does the applicant wish to respond to anything at this time?
I mean, it's late, but you know, if you give me just a few seconds, and we will obviously continue to work with Mr. Can and his neighbor, Mr. Hunter. We're happy to reach out to them, but I guess I'm having a hard time grasping a few things. Whether there's 59 people who are 55 and older living there, or whether there's 29 people, there is going to be zero difference, lesser or greater impact on any neighbor, whether there's 29, 59, or 79. These are people who are going to be probably in their 60s and 70s. No one's dumping trash. No one's playing music. The whole idea with the traffic study is that we are basing this upon ITE standards and the fact that many of these people are going to be retired. So they're not leaving at 7 in the morning to go to work. They're staying home. They might be leaving at 11 o'clock in the morning to run out to the grocery store, to pick up a few items, or the drugstore and come home. You know, there is 450 feet by my measurements from Mr. Can's house to our building. It's a little bit closer, of course, to the parking lots. It's densely wooded. Nonetheless, we're happy to provide some screening. The only reason why I conditioned my comment regarding fence or landscaping is because there are wetlands in between. We can't, you know, we would have to make sure that whatever screening we provided was compliant with wetland regulations and the possible need to go back to the Wetland Commission to install this fence. That's the only reason why I was in any way hedging whether it's going to be landscaping or a fence. I would tell you, there is no better use for this property if you are a neighbor. If you were to subdivide this and put a single family home, I would argue that that would have a far greater impact on neighbors through noise and light and other impacts. If you had, you know, a couple single family homes with swimming pools with kids jumping in and screaming, this is going to be a completely innocuous silent use. There will be no impact on people's enjoyment of their properties. Happy to look at the issue with putting the lighting on a timer. You know, we talked about the traffic. Dave Sullivan is a highly respected traffic engineer. This commission has hired Dave himself or itself in the past. His study is fully compliant with the ITE standards. There's going to be no traffic impacts on Bourbon Road. There will be no trespassing. Right now, there's no one guarding this property. Anyone could come walking down there and with the benefit of the easement or without a benefit of the easement, anyone, literally anyone could walk on this property and go anywhere they want. I haven't heard anything that there's anyone trespassing on any neighbors currently, and there certainly is a less likelihood of that once there's activity on the property. There's a reference to Section 8. This will never be Section 8 housing. The reference that people might be making is to Section 8-30G. That is a unfortunate confusion between Section 8 and the fact that this is in Section 8 of the Connecticut General Statutes. So this is not going to be Section 8 housing in any way. And candidly, any allegation that there be affordable units somehow increases crime, I'm not going to remark any further on that. So that's our commentary. And last thing with regard to Lions Park, you know, Harry and I had a good conversation about this. listen, no one's stopping people from the neighborhood from using Lions Park now. The gendarme will not be out there trying to preclude the neighbors, once this property gets developed, or, assuming we get approved. The whole point is that to the extent that there may be somebody who is acting in a way that's inappropriate, and we have people who are seniors living nearby, we simply want the ability to ask them to leave. That's it. So yeah, if a neighbor from any of the multifamily projects who live nearby, or any of our neighbors want to come and enjoy Lions Park, no one's going to say, please leave. But it does give us the opportunity to maintain some degree of control over it, in case there's some people who, for some reason may be alarming our residents. I stand by the contention that the units will be comfortable and attractive. And if people choose not to live there, they choose not to live there. But this provides a really wonderful opportunity for people on a limited budget, to live in their community, to downsize and stay close to their family, friends, their, the places where they worship. And they may choose to go to, someplace warmer in the winter, but this provides an affordable option. So there's lots of other details that we need to get into at the next meeting with regard to WPCA. Jamie Frederick, your wetland officer, sent us an email where we'll respond to that. But I think that's all I have for the moment. But we will continue to work with Mr. Cannon. We will work with Mr. Hunter to help them with their screening concerns.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Mr. Nuff. Okay, so we are going to continue these matters to our next meeting, continue the public hearing to our February 17th meeting, which will also be by Zoom. Before we sign off, I will offer the commission members or staff, is there any other comments or questions you want to add from commission members or staff? Hearing none, then these two matters are continued to our February 17th meeting as the public hearings continue. So thank you, Mr. Nuff.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're still going. We still have two more. We have 383 Metro LLC, 383 East Main Street, and 375 Metro LLC and 383 Metro LLC, a PDD site plan modification for mixed-use development. These are, again, the exit 55 days in development in addition to that. So we will start this one up. Is Mr. Nuff, I believe you are representing the applicant in this matter?
I am here. For the record, John Nuff, 147 Broad Street, Milford, Connecticut, on behalf of Metro 383 LLC, which is the owner of the property located at 383 East Main Street. It's zone BL. It consists of 3 acres, and it abuts the properties located at 367 to 377 East Main Street. The commission will recall that in December of 2020, it approved a PDD master plan, site plan, and grading special exception application for an extremely attractive mixed-use multifamily community on the former Days Inn property. That consisted of 144 units and 6 buildings and 5,200 square feet of commercial space. The construction for that community has begun, and this application simply seeks to expand the existing PDD to add the parcel at 383. That will allow us to add 1 more building with 44 units, 2 of which will be affordable. The addition of the 383 parcel to the PDD as compared to any other development of the site has a number of benefits. Most notably, 383 will be able to be accessed through the parking area and driveways of the original PDD. There will be no need to create another curb cut out onto Route 1, so it's obviously much better from a traffic perspective. In fact, it's the one opportunity to develop this parcel while minimizing any type of impact, whether traffic or construction or blasting, because of the considerable amount of rock that exists in between Route 1 and the bulk of the sites. There is no need to modify the regulations that govern the PDD. The proposed lot and building comply with all the requirements, including density. The original density for the original PDD was 24 units per acre. This addition is 16.9 units per acre. Harry has made the recommendation that we change the density for the overall development to 22 units per acre, and we have no objection to that change. The staff comments provide that the expansion of the PDD is consistent with both your comprehensive plan and the POCD, and we appreciate that comments. With me this evening is our professional engineer, Dave Sacco, our architect, John Wicko, and Dave Sullivan is our traffic engineer, and we see them all on the MetroStar screen there. So with that, I'm going to give you Dave Sacco, and who will be sharing his screen and walking you through this modest addition to the existing PDD.
Thank you very much, John. My name is David Sacco. I'm a civil engineer with TPA Design Group in New Haven, Connecticut. And I'm here this evening representing the 383 Metro LLC in presenting this project. Frankly, I'm going to try to be quick. You've seen the project as it's ongoing. Essentially, what we're proposing is to utilize an adjacent piece of undeveloped land to extend the development in very, very similar fashion, similar architecture, a mix of covered parking and open parking. As John mentioned, we're taking advantage of all of the infrastructure that's already going in under the approved development in order to support this additional building. It would be very challenging to make a connection out to Route 1 from this site, partly because of rock, partly because of grades. It's very difficult to get a proper alignment to Route 139 in order to join Route 1 at what would be really the only appropriate location. So this was seen as the most appropriate way to get use of the site, consistent with the approved development. We've tried to carry forward all of the comments from the commission and staff that came from the original development and applied them to this with regard to how we're providing fire access, screening of the proposed development from the neighbors to the east, landscape, the way that we're handling landscaping. We are tying into the proposed drainage system that is already under construction for the main part of the development, and not increasing runoff any farther than what had been presumed for the original development. So in terms of stormwater runoff, no additional increase. We are actually at most storm levels significantly reducing what will reach Route 1 as a result of what we're proposing to do, while at the same time managing to maintain enough flow to the wetlands to sustain their viability. This is a rendering of the site. You can see at this point, building A is substantially up. Buildings B and E are under construction. I believe they've started foundation excavation for building C. The old hotel buildings are now completely demolished. Just moving on, this is a rendering of actually building E, but it's similar to what we're proposing for building F. Building F will be longer. The garage entrance will be in the center, so it's symmetrical about the garage entrance, but it's consistent with what has been proposed for the other buildings. As you can see, it's built into the hillside, parking, ground level parking accessible from one side, stories of residential on the back side. So what the neighbors are looking at is the back of a 2-story residential building, not a parking lot, not the garage access. This is the site plan. In response to a comment from Mr. Smith, we are modifying the sidewalk network slightly so that we get a more efficient and direct connection from building F down the hill to the clubhouse and the other buildings. We are proposing, we have one small rain garden similar to ones that are proposed in the vicinity of buildings A and B to manage runoff from the site in front of building F. Most of the runoff is going to be going through a structured drainage system into an expanded retention system down by building C. This is just a depiction of the modification we're making to the drainage system. What we're proposing to do is add additional retention under a portion of building C. We can't really put it under the road because of the extensive utilities that are running through there. This is a practice that we have used on other projects. It's an accepted practice. The manufacturer does not have any problem with it. And the town engineer, Mr. Hefferly, had approved it with respect to the inland wetland review process. Utility plan, there was a question from the fire marshal regarding fire hydrant access for building F. There is a fire hydrant proposed at the south end of building F, which was actually part of the initial phase. It would have been placed there anyway, but it is readily accessible to building F to support firefighting at that location. Plantings, again, a very extensive planting plan. With respect to screening for the neighbors, the plan is to try to infill the wooded area behind the proposed building. This area suffered some significant damage due to the windstorm that hit Branford last year. And the idea is to sort of infill the screening, thin out the damaged material, and try to restore a nice, viable, natural woodland in that area, rather than arbitrarily putting it a lot of a hedgerow. Although there are also low shrubs and trees all the way along the back of the building as well. But overall, very landscaping that's consistent with the landscaping that's been proposed and approved for the remainder of the development. Photometric plan, there is no anticipated light spill off of the property that would affect the neighbors, or even for that matter, the neighboring building within the development. This is the light fixture, if you're curious as to what it looks like. What else? Fire access. We have snow shelves throughout the entire site. Volumes calculated in the same fashion that's had been calculated for the original development. Phasing plan. This is just an additional final phase. Phase one is currently underway. Phase one was essentially the general development, general erosion control and demolition. Phase two is the A, B, and E buildings currently under construction, moving toward beginning phase two soon with building C, then D, and then finally F up here. And I have the architectural drawings available. I will pass this back to John, and I'm available to answer any questions, but in the interest of time, I'm going to hand it back to John to lead us into the next step.
Okay, I think we're going to hear briefly from John Wicko.
There we go. Thank you. Good evening, John Wicko, 58 Prospect Street in Milford. Dave, you did a great job. You took half of my list away from me, which is a good thing. The building that we are proposing F is 37,000 square feet. It's very similar to another building that's on the site. If you could go to the rendering, that would be the best place. I think, Dave, are you still controlling? Yeah. Plate 3 is good. This shows all the features that we're proposing on building F with the same color scheme, the same siding, which is a hardy clapboard painted material. also shows the paneling, architectural detailing, which is the solid PVC. Yep, solid PVC. At the bridge section, which is similar to that that bay that is in the center of this rendering. We're using the same paneling in the gable ends. Very rich detail. We also have well detailed trims and casings that are all field applied and custom built. A very high-end finished product. Asphalt roofing shingles are on the visible roof, and the building height on building F is 30 foot 4 inches from the lowest average grade to the midpoint of the gable. A couple things on the garage plan, Dave, that we can talk about. Parking is under, which really relieves the site of the impervious. We have the mechanical rooms, parking, stairs, elevator are all under the building, as well as the electrical meters, the bank. It's on the right side, out of sight. Thank you, right in that area. So no screening would be required for that. Garage lighting was a question too. We researched that since staff report, and we're using a low profile LED light that has a cutoff that restricts the light trespass to within the garage itself. The only place that it would leak out is, which is onto our property, which is at 0.2 foot candles at the drive aisle. So the lighting is really directed just for the garage and not visible, not highly visible from the exterior. The plans are available there, unit counts, everything's been talked about. So that concludes my brief description of building F, which is what we are proposing.
Thanks, John. And our last presenter is Dave Sullivan.
Good evening again, Dave Sullivan, SLR, professional engineer. I will be the quickest presenter of the evening. 44 units were added to this development. We analyzed it for the full development, and we also have gone through the OSTA process with the full development. We updated all of the items in there and provided a new traffic impact study. This one building will generate, we estimate, between 15 and 20 trips. We added those trips to the study intersections and found that the levels of service projected originally will remain the same. And for recollection, the overall levels of service were all level of service C or better. There were some individual movements that were not level of service C that were not impacted. We had one recommendation which had to do with the timing at Route 139, and that recommendation is still in the hands of the district at DOT. So the findings are the same, the impact is the same, and we feel this addition of the building will have no traffic implications. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. That's all we have, Mr. Chairman. I think even if we were presenting this at 7 o'clock this evening, we probably would have done the exact same presentation, because this is just another expansion of a really wonderful project, a great addition to the neighborhood, really attractive architecture, brings to life this site that's long been, well, in this particular site, impossible to develop, but for the PDD next door. Happy to answer any questions, and I think we're anxious to close the hearing, frankly, this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Nuff. Harry, do you want to review the staff report with us?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I'll try to be as brief as I can be and still cover everything. I'm going to share my screen and put my staff report up here quickly and just run through it. Everyone should be able to see this now, hopefully. We've covered the density, so I appreciate the response to that from Mr. Nuff. Moving right into affordable housing. A staff report has, first of all, a typo. It should be 144 instead of 114 units here. And actually the set aside was actually just over 5%, because you had to round up to 8 units for the 5% that was offered. And that was enshrined in both the PDD master plan approval and the PDD site plan CAM and special exception approval for the existing project approval. So continuing that 5% set aside, which is not here, would bring you up to 3%. I believe three new units affordable. I believe 2 are proposed. That's sort of a round down. I think to keep 5 and over, you would need the 3 at least. And then moving down here, this was discussed before. I think the agreement was, there was some discussion at the conceptual review about 5% for the original development. So that was the requirement there. This is an addition. This is a new, basically, bite at the apple. If the commission wanted to go to 10%, 5 units would be the total, which would be a round up from 4.4 units, which is 10% of 44. So I'll just move along from that. Cover the density, the bulk standards. I think there was a comment. I'm really not going to get into that. I think it may be a question of semantics, but I don't think there's anything out of whack here. And there were no change in the uses proposed. I did do the usual referrals for the PDD expansion. The fire department was satisfied. They did request an extra hydrant, which I think has been provided in a revised sheet on the site plans, and they have satisfied that comment's been addressed. Chief of Police had no comments. I did hear back from the East Shore Health District after reassuring them the development would be served by a public water and sewer. They had no comments, and the town engineer had just a couple of comments based on the existing plan he saw. I understand he did review the proposed stormwater drainage management changes for perspective of the inland wetlands impact. He told me he was just responding to what he was given. Since we have the new plans, those have been provided to him, but he could not today do another review. So there may be no comments forthcoming, but we do not have his comments on the revised stormwater drainage from the planning and zoning perspective. Slightly different requirements to be viewed. There may be no comments at all, but we do not have them yet. Just recite the findings for the master plan approval, which this would require. I think, in my opinion, the conformance of this proposed expansion with comprehensive plan, the PSD has been appropriately considered. Respect the landscaping. I think it's been a nicely done plan. I had just a couple of comments. One is about there's an existing 20-inch oak. I understand this may have been damaged by the storm activity, and they're really interested in keeping this for preservation of the grade and the at that area. So I was just looking for anything regarding tree protection measures from a licensed arborist. And also with respect to the other significant trees to be adjacent to the areas to be cleared. I think we're fine on side and rear landscaping, parking area landscaping. I think we've got a couple of response comments, I think, to clear that up. With respect to landscaping is required at the top and the base of the retaining wall in that particular location. It's really going to be just about invisible to any passersby and certainly any neighboring properties. So I think a modification per section 6.3L could be requested and be considered for approval by the commission. I've gotten no comments directly from the town engineer regarding the traffic study. I'm not entirely sure whether that's indicative of the fact he has no comments or they're forthcoming later. I don't think that's the case, but I want to clarify that. There's been a response to this comment about adding a more direct sidewalk connection between this new building and the clubhouse and the rest of the development and Route 1. Bicycle parking, fine. The parking provisions, I think, fine. The only comment I had here was providing a number of EV charging station, as the commission's been requesting for the several of the more recent developments. There is a standard, a recommendation, excuse me, by DEP in terms of the number of them, so we can go over that, and hopefully the applicant will be willing to address that. Lighting, I think, is all fine. I appreciate the comment about the garage lighting. Don't know if that's really a regulatory issue, but I don't think it's going to affect anybody in terms of neighbors. I think they're far enough away and then cut off and it won't extend beyond the perimeter of the building far at all. We have, I believe, bonding control soil and erosion from the wetlands approval, and we'll look at whether that needs to be expanded for this project. The solid rock slope, there is one proposed here. There was an issue, as the commission will recall, with a Sterling Ridge development off Cherry Hill Road across from Richlands, where a solid rock wall was proposed. It turned out when they started excavating that the rock was not going to be solid enough to establish the rock slope, and they had to come back and modify that to propose a retaining wall with some 1-on-3 grades at the top and the bottom. That did work barely with the amount of land that was available. I think my comment here is with respect to if a similar situation arises here, that there is enough area to accommodate the grade change with alternative means such as a retaining wall. So I still think that should be addressed. Covered drainage and stormwater control, utilities, that was addressed in the response comments, with the electric meters being inside. The only question I have is where the gas meter is going to be and would they be appropriately screened. Inland wetlands and water courses approved change related to this development. We talked about this comment here is in error. The first sentence should not have been included in the staff report. Then we talked about the landscaping requirements, and I think the response comments mentioned it. Retaining wall would be designed by a Connecticut licensed professional engineer. There was a comment from the town engineer about snow storage. Also adjusted to not include the fire hydrant. There was a comment in the response memo from the applicant's engineer that they've designed landscaping to withstand any snow load, I believe. There's a phasing plan. I believe there was a response comment about documenting the adequate parking on phase-by-phase basis. I think there's also a comment response to this question about trash enclosures and dumpsters. We received the multifamily report. There was a response comment about the signs. The soils report is not so much in the wetlands as a requirement, just an information requirement in the zoning regulations about the soil types in the property, which we could be, I don't think that's crucial in terms of what's proposed here. That requirement potentially could be waived by the commission, or you could just include it as a condition in the approval. We did receive a comment with respect to the last bullet point here and received the delineation in the report on the inland wetlands. This is an old comment from the fire marshals, so this has been already addressed. And I think that's all I have. We can receive a comment from the town engineer about the stormwater after the close of the public hearing. I would strongly recommend the commission not consider acting on either of the applications tonight. I would like to prepare, as we usually do, proposed conditions, and those are not, we have not been able to do that yet, partially because of a couple of open items. I think we're close on this. I would hope to have something together for the next meeting for the commission to consider in terms of action. I think it's a really well thought out proposal and use of the property, and concur with the applicant's comments along those lines and the nature of the design of the building. And I think this will match nicely the rest of the development, be a wonderful expansion of that project. But I just want to go through all the details and make sure we've accommodated everything and have it appropriately considered by the commission. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Harry. Does any commission member or member of the any commission member or staff have any comments before we open up the public?
Marcy Paluzzi, just very simple, just so I can orient myself. Is the building on the rear setback, and is it 15 feet from the property line? And does the grade rise above it so that the neighbor's house is somewhat secluded by grade, or is it just being separated by trees?
This is David Sacco, TPA Design Group. It is actually separated by more than the setback. If I can just, I'll just share again. Okay, so, oops. So the 15-foot set, the yard setback is back here. And the 25-foot residential setback is here. But because there is rock and we knew we were going to be having to excavate rock in some areas, there's the 50-foot rock exclusion. We're actually closer to almost 80 feet from the property line. And the grade does actually rise from the back of the building up to the neighbors. So the neighbors, it is a combination of both grade separation and the wooded area, but the wooded depth is probably on the order of about 50 to 60 feet.
Thank you.
Chuck Anders here, any other member of the commission or staff have questions before we open up the public?
Fred Russo.
Fred.
Quick question. Are there any provisions, excuse me, are there any provisions made in the underground garages for hookups for electric cars? If not the meters, but at least the wiring or piping or whatever that's required before a floor is poured. I don't know, I know it's not in the regulations, but I'm just curious if they have considered that at all, putting in some kind of electric chargers for the electric cars, which are becoming more and more popular.
Mr. Chair, it's Robert Smith from MetroStar. We do recognize the demand is rising for electric vehicles. We do provide accommodation in our service sizing to install more EV chargers. On this property, we would have, or this particular building F, we would have 2 EV chargers that are live and ready to go. And then with the ability to add more as time, as time and demand changed.
Good. That's fine. I'm glad you're thinking in that direction.
Yep, you have to.
Thank you.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Fred. Any other further questions from commission members or staff before we open up the public? And maybe we can eliminate the screen share. Hearing none, let's open it up to the public then. Evan, you can recognize
anyone that would like to participate, please use the raise your hand function. It looks like Mr. Wolf is up first.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a couple questions, and it's more or less towards the board. But my first thing is the electric cars that came out years ago. It's $20,000 to replace the batteries in them. 22 actually. $22,000 in the Teslas. Does anyone know that? Can I ask that question and then reiterate my next one?
You can continue with your next one.
Okay. So the accessory building uses now, if I want to build for my mother, whoever, those have to be basically low income, 830G. Why is that? and these builders can just build and not have to. But if I want to put an addition on my house that's separate from my house, it has to be an 830G. Why is that? I just want an explanation for both those questions, and I can reiterate them at any time you want. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. What we're going to do is we're going to see if other members of the public wish to comment. I will respond briefly that on the 830G, I'm not going to address the cost of charging of what the batteries are for a car, frankly. I don't know how that affects this application. But with respect to the affordability requirement of 830G, the goal was a lot of people built those, so didn't charge rent at all, often for their own in-laws or whatever. By doing that, it would allow the town to get credit for providing affordable, because this is often affordable. And the state only seems to recognize that if you do deed restrictions. So that was the goal. That said, the state statute passed a public act that eliminated that. So we will be removing that from our regulations. So there you go. Any other member of the public wish to comment on this application?
I do not see any at this time.
Okay. Mr. Nuff, do you want to, it's up to you. Do you want to close the hearing, or do you want to keep it open, or what do you want to do?
Well, I mean, keep in mind, we have two matters before you that require public hearing, the PDD and then the special exception for grading. I certainly think we can close the hearing on the PDD. I know that there are some, site plan issues that Harry wants us to resolve. I'll tell you, the stormwater thing is essentially a field change for the existing construction. Harry also referenced the very specific responses that TPA provided with regard to all the site plan comments. What I'm thinking of is what will happen over the coming weeks, which is you will approve, hopefully approve the PDD and then wait another 2 weeks and approve the site plan portion of it. So I'm just trying to make some progress this evening. Assuming that you're not going to vote on the PDD this evening, certainly you can close that hearing and then, potentially vote it on the 17th on the PDD, and then allow you to vote on the site plan come March.
Okay.
Harry Smith, town planner, there's nothing stopping you from voting on both projects the next meeting. So that could be done. We've done it before, just set the effective date so that the PDD master plan is approved and the site plan approval becomes effective a day later or something. So that could be done.
Okay, I was only based upon our past history back in 2020, Harry, but thank you for correcting that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay, because we may get additional comments from the town engineer. If we close the public hearing, we can't respond to them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the town engineer comments have any relevance to the PDD, frankly, so.
Okay, and then also the special exception for grading. I mean, can we close both of them?
Yeah, his comments are site plan comments.
Okay, so then, do you have any further comments?
Nope.
Okay, anyone else have any further comments? Okay, hearing none, then we'll go. Yes, excuse me, who?
This is Dave Sacco. I just would like to respond quite quickly to Mr. Smith. With regard to the rock slope issue, we have sufficient room to handle it with grading if there's an issue with the stability of the rock. That's part of our recent response. And then the soils report was included in the recent response as well. So hopefully we've addressed those two issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sacco. Anything else from your team, Mr. Nuff?
No, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, nothing else from anyone else. Okay, so then we'll close items 8 and 9, the public hearings for items 8 and 9 for the PDD and the special exception for grading. So thank you very much.
Thanks for your patience. Have a good evening.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. I think we're talking about 7 and 8, and 9 is the PDD site plan modification application.
Okay,
so that's staying open. Okay.
Okay. So 7 and 8 are being closed, and 9 is staying open. Is that what we're doing?
Well, it's not really a public hearing, but we can still comment on it because it's just a site plan application.
Right, yeah. Somehow that's listed under the public hearings, but I guess because we're all considering it at the same time. Okay, so we're closing the public hearings for two, right? Those are, yeah, that was not even a public hearing. So, okay, got it. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Nuff. Thank you, everyone. Let's
get some sleep.
Yep. Okay.
We're not quite done yet.
Yeah, number 10 has been withdrawn. We've got some minutes from our January 20th meeting. So, which were, I believe, circulated. So let's, if people had, commission members had a chance to review, if someone want to make a motion to approve the minutes from the January 20th, 2022 meeting.
Fred Russo, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from January 20th meeting.
Oh, motion made by Fred. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Joe Chadwick seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick, are you in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Marcy, are you in favor? Why is Marcy muted? She's waving.
I'm sorry, I just had it set so I couldn't get to the unmute button, but yes, I'm in favor.
Yes, you're in favor. Joe Vayuzo, Joe still with us?
Yeah, I'm fine. I approve it.
Okay, great. And Fred, do you approve the minutes?
Fred's in favor.
Okay, and Chair also does as well. Okay. Any correspondence, Harry?
Yes, we have one item from, I believe it's respect to a new zoning amendment, North Branford, is to create a new multifamily housing district. And I can run that by or email it to the commission if they have any interest in it. Just let me know. I don't have a date for the public hearing here. Sometimes we get these things, the public hearing has already happened. But I can send that around later just in case anyone's interested. That's it.
Okay. Chuck Anderson, thank you, Harry. So turning now to old business, items number 1, 2, and 3 are all the Amazon application that we have scheduled for a public hearing at our next meeting on February 17th. That brings us then to new business, which is item number 1 is that's the Buckley Road. Items number 1 and 2 are Buckley Road. That's the resubmission for that. And we have to schedule a public hearing for that when that's appropriate. We don't have a date yet for that one, I believe.
Correct.
And then item number 3, we need to schedule a public hearing for that. That's in the old Quonset hut, I think you've mentioned, an automobile storage use. That's items number 3 and 4. Item number 5 is a coastal site plan, and that just came in, so we'll just schedule that. Does that need a public hearing?
I do not think so. I think that's an error, and it's possible it might need some other approval. So I think Evan is looking into what the process needs to be for that application.
Okay. So other business, what's going on?
We have to request that you add one more agenda item, which is a bond for, I think Evan has the number, East Main Street. Cover this for you.
568 East Main Street. It is a bond for outstanding parking lot striping. It is recommended the commission approve a bond in the amount of $1,500.
So you'd have to add it to the agenda and then vote on it.
Okay, is there a motion to add that item to the agenda?
So moved, Chadwick.
Chadwick moves. Is there a second?
So second, Marcy.
Second, Marcy. Further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Marcy in favor?
Marcy's in favor.
Joe Vayuzo?
Joe Vayuzo's in favor.
Fred?
Fred Russo's in favor.
And Chair is also in favor, so it's added to the agenda. So what's the proposal for the bond?
Outstanding parking lot striping requirements. It is recommended the commission approve a bond in the amount of $1,500.
What's the address? So we
568 East Main Street.
568. Okay, is there a motion to approve that bond for the striping for 568 East Main Street as stated by Evan?
Marcy Paluzzi moves to approve it as presented.
Marcy makes the motion. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
second Joe. Further discussion, all in favor? Joe Chadwick in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
Joe Vayuzo?
Joe's in favor.
Fred?
Fred's in favor.
And chair's also in favor. What else we got, Harry?
Moving on to my report, we have a request from Peter Henschel, who I believe is the chair person of the Coastal Vulnerability Working Group. He would like to request that the commission set a special meeting date to hear a report on their progress. I suggested possibly sometime next month, since we're at 20 of 12, we've been very busy for the last couple of meetings, and it looks like that's not going to stop in the near future. I can work with him if it's the commission's pleasure to try to set a date for a separate meeting of maybe no more than 2 hours to hear a report and have a little discussion, which would be a regular special public meeting of the commission.
Okay, so that sound okay, everyone? That's another group in town, Coastal Resiliency, likes to meet with us and review with us, so that probably makes good sense. So Harry will send out some suggested dates. Does that sound okay with everyone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Fine.
Okay. Anything else?
Okay. I will just say I'll send something around separately about a schedule for the affordable housing plan. We do have a draft. It's being forwarded to the steering committee for review next week, and it'll be coming your way probably by the end of the month, if maybe for some discussion in the March meeting. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, someone make a motion to adjourn?
So moved by Marcy.
Moved by Marcy, for a second. Fred, further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it passes. Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you all very much.
Yep.
Good night.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at branfordtv.org.